5G jassala. Courier men avaha beenundo 5G jassala. Hayatuga avaha courierun hodalam beenumiya Ooredoo 5G jassala. Madukuru mi vara back ameddo 5G jassala. ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ.
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು.
जाणू तो एक है राके तो एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरने लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरुण बाबा कुरा फुमा द बाकुडा गादुरा मुझे यार कम को दूर वाला फुरा का कबारा तो वेनी हकुडा मत का फस्की चफेनी they were some fight for the veiny divide को टीम किंग को the veiny गा बदन का को है गेमी का कतुरे का को है बेडी का कपा ए हो the veiny फहुमी है का के को the veiny दी बुवाने मी मगे महल मगे राज मी मगे वतन.
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
The Gamers Land.
किया बला किया ने काळू काळू कुरु कुरु काळू काळू किरुळी कुकुळू किरुळू कुकुळू फास्ट को किया करकुर काळू किरुळू नो 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 काळू कुरु काळू किरुळी कुकुळू
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್.
काळू कुरु काळू किरुळी कुकुळू
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್. ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನು ಗಾವೆ ಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲ ನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿ ಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗಾ ಎಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗಾ ಕುಳುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ taka meme taka efuri feeduga etekutoku fura efitu cheku taka ve OG fasha esali trend ka eki wajiduwa
Furusanti libuni technology libe kuri eruma eko haru fatuga tibe hus bagata bagutung ufala living wa fentak fuga veche libifa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रहा है? Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा है?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
जानू तो एक है राकिता एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरडी लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरुण बैकुड़ा फुम्मा द बैकुड़ा गादुरा मुझे यारू कम को दूर वाला फुरा का कबाड़ा तो तेवेनी हकुड़ा मत का फस्की चहेनी they will survive for veni divide को टीम किंग को veni इंगा बदन का को गेमिंग का कतुरे का को बेडी का कपा ए हुर veni फहुमी है का को veni दीवान मी मगे महल मगे राज मी मगे वतन
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗಾ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮೀಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗಾ ಎಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗಾ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗಾ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿಗಣ
Snap kure esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e teku toku fura e fitu cheku taka ve OG fasha e sali trendaka e ki vajiduwa
Fursat liberty technology libe kuri eruma eko haru fatuga tibe hus baguta bagutung ufala libe huwa fentak fuga vecce libe fa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತದೆ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿ ಲಾಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದಾನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಕುದುಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದು ವೇಣಿ ಹಕುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ್ಚ ಹೇಣಿ ಡೈವರ್ ಸಫೈ ಪುರವೇಣಿ ಡಿವೈ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿನ್ ಕಿಂಗುಡೆ ವೇಣಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಪದ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇನಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬ ಏ ಹುರವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹೆಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರೆ ವೇಣಿ ದೀವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ವತನ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ನೆಟ್
ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತ ನಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ
ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎಟೆಕು ಟೊಕು ಫುರ ಎಫೆಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Fursat liberty technology libe kuri eroma eko haru fatuga tibe hos baguta bagutung ufala libe huwa fenta kuga veche libe fa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, क्या हो रहा है? Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा है?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಒಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿ ಲಾಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದಾನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಕದೂಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದುತ ವೇಣಿ ಹಂಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ್ಚ ಹೇಣಿ ದೈವರ್ ಸಂಫೈ ಪುರವೇಣಿ ದಿವ ಇಕ್ಕೊ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಗುಡವೇಣಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಬದಂ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇನಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾ ಏ ಹುರವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರವೇಣಿ ದೀವುವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮತಲ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿಕುಗಳು ಕಿರುಳುಕುಗಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರ್ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರುಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿಕುಗಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರುಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳುಕುಗಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗಾವೆ ಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗಾ ಎ ಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗಾ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗಾ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ
Snap kure esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e teku toku fura e fitu cheku taka ve OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajiduwa
فرصة ليبرني تكنولوجي لبي كوري إيروما إيكو هارو فاتوغاتي بهوس بغتا بغتون وفلا لبي هو فنتك فوغا ويتشي لبي فا
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रहा है? Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा है?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉದ್ದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿನ ಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದಾನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಗದೂಡು ಬ್ಯಾಂಡಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದು ವೇಣಿ ಹಂಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ ಹೇನಿ ದೈವ ಸಫೈ ಪುರವೇನಿ ದಿವ ಇಕ್ಕೊ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಿಂಗುಡೆ ವೇನಿ ಗಾಪದ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇನಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬ ಏ ಹುರವೇನಿ ಫಹುಮಿ.
All right, guys. My internet fluctuating, but yeah, here we are to the semifinals and the grand finals or Ooredoo Nation Gamers Land Esports Contender Series Season 2. And I mean, this is second day of the stream for our MLBB Contender Series, and I'm just so excited because yeah, yesterday we did see the quarterfinals, and now we're finally in the semifinals and the grand finals. And as we've seen yesterday, we're gonna be expecting that we'll be seeing Elpida Esports versus Vigani for our first series, and still a best of three, by the way. And I think yesterday we saw that both these teams had their own sweeps, so pretty excited. Elpida versus SLFO, the first team. It was like Kanjitera rather. I mean, it was a clean sweep, but the second one there was a bit of technical difficulties, especially for the side of SLFO pilots. So I'm really excited to see what Vigani will look like when they are in full power and they have to give their best because Elpida Esports. I've seen these guys for the past couple of tournaments, so I'm just really so excited for them. So yeah, basically, guys, thank you so much and welcome back to our semifinals and grand finals later on. And once again, I'm your cat. It's me, and of course, we'll be seeing two series for the semifinals. So with that, I think we're gonna be going on to our game really soon. So really so excited. I know both of these teams have a lot of fans. I saw from the live stream comments yesterday, lots of people were really supporting Elpida Esports and also Vigani. So I'm very excited to see this three games potentially, or maybe two games if it's a sweep later on. So straight up, we're gonna go ahead and go to the picking. As usual, we're gonna go ahead with the bans. We're seeing LPD Esports banning the Minotaur. Yesterday, I think there was a player that loved using Minotaur, so pretty good execution from them. And this is just a little bit of a respect ban. Now, we want to see what Vigani is going to ban because we're not going to be seeing typical ranked game bans. We're going to be seeing respect bans. They're going to go ahead and study the picks of their opponents at this point. So of course it's gonna have to be tailored to what their comfort picks are, and of course that is with Vigani choosing Lapu Lapu as their first ban. Now it's back to Elpida Esports. Well, it looks like it's pretty much the more or less the same lineup for both of these teams. And oh, what's happening? Okay, there we go. Let's just keep on watching. It's a couple of seconds left to go before Vigani will be forced to go ahead and choose. Okay, there we go. We have our Arlet pick. Going ahead with Elpida Esports once again. So once again, guys, this is the Esports Contender Series for Ooredoo Nation. So if you guys are familiar, especially since there's been a Contender Series the past few years ago, we'll have four seasons each for a Contender Series. So this is season 2. We had season 1 earlier in the year, and then next we'll have season 3 and season 4. And of course, those teams, the top 4 teams for this MLBB Contender Series, will be taken, as well as in each season, the top four teams of each season will be taken, and they will be participating in the Ultimate Gaming Festival of 2027. And so there's a whole different huge prize pool for that. That's 240 MVR, so it's very, very exciting. And it's not just winning the tournament right now, it's qualifying for that UGF 27. I mean, it's a little bit far away. It's 2 years later, more or less. But still, I think I've seen the Ultimate Gaming Festival. I think it was last year, and it looked pretty exciting. So it's a huge celebration. So yeah, Esports Contender Series. Not only is it MLBB, it's actually also PUBG M and EAFC. So guys, look forward to that. So it looks like we are done with our first phase of the banning. So Vigani will be banning the Minotaur, Arlot, and Amon. Elpida Esports will be banning Bane, Jushin, and Lapu-Lapu. So, first pick will be Vigani, going for the CC, which is a pretty common pick for our XP lane. And I don't think I've seen CC anywhere else except for the XP lane. Now we're back to Elpida Esports. We're going to be seeing two picks from this team. We're going to be going with the Izunshin, another common pick for our jungler. I mean, no matter what series it is, all four series in the quarterfinals, we saw an Eastern Shin. So, tried and tested. It's a pretty reliable jungler. And so, with that, that's the first pick. The second pick will be the Hylos, a little bit less common, but in my opinion, it's a pretty good roamer. So, good initiator, decent damage, and very much a lot of sustainability. And so one good placement of Hylus's ultimate can pretty much change the pace of the game, and very could be a really good initiator of team fights. But yeah, it looks like we'll be going to Vigani. We'll be seeing Ikimi and a Baksha. So Baksha, we've seen Baksha being used in the jungle yesterday, but yeah, due to jungle because CC is XP lane, so for sure Baksha will be going on to the jungle. Elpida Esports has one more pick. Elpida needs a mage, a carry, and a jungler. No, no, not a jungler. Essentially, the jungler. XP lane rather. XP lane, mage, and they carry. So I think they can go ahead, and if they want to mirror Vigani, they can go ahead and get the carry first. Okay, we're going for their mage, which is Valir. So Valir is a very good countermeasure for any roamer that's a setter. So yesterday we saw someone, actually, I think it's in, I'm not sure if it's in a different series, but there was a really good Atlas yesterday. So I'm like very excited to see what that game looks like. But yeah, it's a very good countermeasure for setter tanks, especially if you get caught up in Tigreal's or Atlas's ultimate. Could be also Kufra, could be also Minotaur. So Valir is just amazing, especially if you time that ultimate really, really well and push everyone away. You can turn the tides around in terms of crowd control. So Valir very, very annoying. Once you get hit by those skills, especially once that Valir has bought the glowing wand item, it's like you're walking on molasses. It's like you're walking in quicksand. You pretty much can't move anymore. And it looks like Vigani are next ban for them will be the Xborg, and Elpida Esports will be getting that Minsithar getting banned. We're back to Elpida Esports. Rather, it was the other way around. Elpida Esports will be first pick right now. All right, so just kind of just waiting about for them. Okay, but yeah, I think some really good idea for picks. Maybe Elpida Esports already has the crowd control. I think they need a little bit more of that sustainability. I think they'll be getting that from their XP laner. And of course, the carry, they need a lot of damage. Yeah, they actually need a lot of damage. Elpida Esports lacks a bit of damage. Vigani, they already have their carry, which is the Kimmy. They could put either Kimmy in the mid lane and in the gold lane. We saw yesterday that there was a mid laner Kimmy, and it worked out really really well. But Elpida Esports, their last ban will be Badang. Vigani, they can go ahead and choose maybe a carry as a ban because Elpida Esports is still lacking a carry. And of course, I mean, they already banned Export. Pretty solid ban because, Export, the pretty they're pretty good at sustainability, and they're pretty hard to pick off. And of course, once that export just has their stacks on you, that damage will pile up so fast. And it looks like our final ban is going to be the Yuzhong from Vigani's side. Okay, we're going to be going to Elpida Esports first pick once again. It's either Eco or Omega who's going to be holding the first pick. Once again, they need a carry and they need an XP lane. So if they're gonna play a bit safe, they'll be going for the XP laner, which is okay. That's gonna be the Cho. Alright. Pretty actually Cho is a pretty common pick for like a long time, like for a couple of years already. But like Cho has been a little bit less common, more and more, like as the years go by. But it's still a very good backliner kind of hero. And just breaking that front lines and getting to your carry or your mage, it's just amazing for Cho. But it looks like Vigani will be answering back with a Glue and a Hayabusa. So Baksha will not be in the jungle, I believe. That would be Hayabusa's job. Glue will be in the roamer. Okay, Kimi. Okay, I'm not sure who the carry is for Vigani. I don't know who mid is, but we'll see later on. We'll see later on. So Vigani might put one of these, either CC or Basha or Kimi in the carry lane. But nonetheless, Elpida Esports will be putting Leslie on the gold lane for sure. That's the only good idea, for Elpida Esports. But Vigani, pretty solid lineup, but I'm not sure who's gonna be in mid lane. I mean, there's a lot of physical damage on Vigani's side, so I'm a little bit nervous. Kimi does have mixed damage, but still, you could build Kimi on physical damage as well, or you can just I think half that kind of you know half the damage between the two, because Kimi will have to activate their first skill in order to deal magical damage. But nonetheless, we're gonna be seeing the execution of these two teams with their lineups later on. Elpida Esports with the clean cut traditional lineup, and we have Vigani slightly lacking a bit of magical damage, but let's see how they'll go ahead and deal with that. So let's see what the execution is going to look like. And guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is the semifinals for the Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And we're going to be seeing Elpida Esports versus Vigani on this best of 3. So guys, look forward to it, and let's all have fun. And yesterday we did see looked like on the first games that are streamed. So of course they all did well. There were sweeps, but just looking at Vigani, it looks like we might be seeing a potential invade, but no, they're gonna be backing away, especially Valier's kind of like pushing nobody back. It's so little health left. So we can see CC's actually put on the gold lane. And then Hayabusa, as expected, will be going on to the jungle. Basha is on the XP lane. Kimi on the mid lane. And yeah, that's pretty much it. and just kind of watching out for anything interesting that could happen. Okay, everybody and Death. There was an attempt to do it to a gank, but they're gonna be backing away. And Kimmy's gonna be rotating towards mid, and it's a good thing Nano's just nearby. Okay, there we have it. Just a little bit of pokes here and there. Okay, so it looks like Glue is actually the XP lane, I believe. Okay, Blue is going up against Cho. Very interesting. And first turtle will be started on by Elpida Esports. Vigani is rotating to the front to potentially contest, but Death L will be getting that turtle instead. There was an attempt at the Hayabusa ultimate, but it looks like everybody will be going down. Nano will be taking that kill, and it looks like Eco might be following. Manages to dash right on time, but Vigani's quite low in health, but Mongrel still manages to get another kill. Death L is still alive, still has their full health, but it's slowly but surely getting shredded down. But I mean, Vigani has the numbers advantage now. I'm sure Elpida Esports won't be trying anything, but slowly but surely Elpida is rotating, but they're gonna be disengaging right now. Okay, good start to Vigani, by the way. That's 4 kills already. So Elpida Esports, we can see that they're very proactive. They got to that turtle first, but Vigani, despite losing the turtle, look at that gold lead coming from them. But look, Elpida Esports might be cooking something up. We have their Valier rotating towards the bottom, but then again, I'm not sure how well ganking the gold lane of Vigani is gonna work out since it's just the CC. I don't know if CC will be their main damage dealer, but looks like Omega's putting a lot of damage. What happened? Nanu getting eco from the top. Ooh, Leslie almost gets CC, but up in the middle. Death falls. Cammy's gonna follow, and Glue has attached herself to everybody, but looks like everybody will be backing away. It's just way too much tankiness on a high lows to really deal with that well. But 7-1 on the scoreboard. We're still 4 minutes into the game, and Vigani already has a 2k gold lead rather. But I don't know if this might happen with Omega. Oh, that's a dive. Nice one from Ray. That ultimate, and then immediately, oh, that wasn't an ultimate, but immediately backs away. Sati with the recall. Vigani's doing so well. Guys, Elpida Esports is an old name in MLBB, but Vigani, I think they're making a name for themselves, and I'm so happy to see that. And it looks like nobody's putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane turret, guys. The gold HP bar on the turrets is still up, and look at how Vigani has gone already. That amazing. Okay, Sati to the rescue with that Leslie ultimate, but it looks like we're seeing the first kill coming. We'll be falling down. They've stolen the blue buff, and Blue has attached itself to everybody. That's the second casualty. Omega might be chased by Ray, but Ray will be backing away. Beautiful mobility coming in from our Hayabusa, by the way. Eco is gonna be 3 versus 1. If there's a tower dive over here, they're gonna be in trouble, but it's a Cho. It's gonna be a little bit hard to pick off. There's already 1 tower down. Okay, but that will be on the side of Elpida Esports, however. No one was kind of watching their top tower, and we have Death actually taking advantage of that. If they can't win the team fights yet, they have to go ahead and win on objectives. So there's a bit of pressure up at the gold lane. Okay, there we have it. Everybody will be falling. I think Vigani might be getting that tower, and there we go. We actually seeing Vigani getting that tower. Okay, Blue has cut the minions on the top lane. They have a little bit of support from the Bosch over there. Okay, they're gonna be stealing the buff from Death Feet L. The red buff. Oh, they're denying a lot of far from them. Death might be falling, and Ray, that was a nice tower dive. Nanu is gonna be jumping in, but there's 4 in the mid from side of Elpida. I think this is gonna be a little bit risky. They have to bring the fight somewhere else. Then we have the attempt at the Leslie ultimate, but of course those will be blocked, and they're gonna be denying once again. that red buff from Death, and Death is gonna have a bit of a hard time as of the moment. We can see Vigani is a very, very aggressive, very, very proactive in their moves. Ray will be getting that turtle uncontested, but up in the mid lane, 4 versus 4, but Elpida Esports will be disengaging. They can't afford to lose any more. Team fights 13-1 on the scoreboard. Death L trying to get their blue buff, trying to save their face, but 2 already down. That's nobody, and Omega getting picked off, getting traded off. There's 1 on each side, but right now it's just pokes here and there. No casualty yet. Oh, it looks like Eco got immobilized there and he's gonna get picked off. And there we go. Everybody tries to save them, but we'll be using that ultimate defensively. And they still have, Elpida Esports still has the top, rather the outer turret for the mid lane. That's amazing, actually. I love how Vigani's so proactive right now. I mean, they kind of didn't have much of their footing the first few minutes of the game, but immediately Vigani turned the tides around, denying all that resources from Elpida Esports. It's just such an amazing thing to see. And I'm really excited to see what the rest of this game will look like. And Vigani, they have to ride this momentum as soon as possible, because once Elpida Esports gets stronger, we'll have to worry about the Izunshin and Omega's Leslie getting stronger. They have to end this before the 12-minute mark. Otherwise, it might be hard to go back. But Eco tried to jump in, but immediately regrets it. They're quite low on health now. Ooh, that's a nice kind of set. And we see Sati already on the double kill. There's 2 down from the side of Elpida Esports. No casualties from Vigani. Oh, but they're stopping now. They're tower diving. That's a 3rd kill. Nope, Ray only gets a double kill, but almost there. Almost he dived into the inhibitor turret of Elpida Esports, and Elpida Esports was in a close wipeout. Oh my gosh, 19-2 on the scoreboard. No way. And the Lord is up. Let's see if Vigani will be going for that Lord. That's absolutely crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And Vigani will be starting off with the Lord Elpida Esports up top mostly, but I think there will be a little bit of a fight for that red buff, and it's actually Mongrel who's going to be getting that red buff. Rai will be getting that Lord uncontested, and Elpida Esports, they cannot afford to go to any sort of team fight right now. You can expect that no matter what Vigani does, they will not engage, because they have to defend against that Lord. And right now they're just focusing mostly on the minions, and they want to bring both the minions and the Lord to their base first. That's the most safe thing that they can do. Mongrel has gotten information as to where Elpida Esports is. They were just checking the brush, but all the while Lou's gonna be trying for that top lane. All the while Elpida Esports is gonna be watching the Lord, but up in the middle it looks like Rai will be getting that double kill, and the legendary is that gonna be a triple kill. Death was denied that fountain. They tried to go back and save themselves. Oh my days, what is happening? That is the 3rd kill on the side of Elpida Esports, but they did trade it off for Rai and Mongrel. Just a little bit of the greediness from Rai, but that's to be expected. Look at that KDA, 11-1-4. That's crazy. And Elpida Esports right now, they're going really, really safe. So Vigani's kind of forced to overstep their boundaries at this point. They want to push this game really, really far, and they have the margin of error to do exactly that. I mean, you can go ahead and make a few more mistakes, and they still have the upper hand as long as they don't get picked off too much. Right now, Rai is the absolute carry of Vigani. Although there's just way too much dependence on the damage from Rai, still the execution is absolutely amazing, and Vigani is pretty much funneling all the way to Rai. So this is the funnel strategy, which I don't see a lot, but it's absolutely amazing. Might be a 5 versus 5 on the base. Rai already getting their first kill after their death. Let's see if there will be a second. Nobody actually gets a kill up against Kami, but Omega takes a Sati as the trade off, but Iko will be falling, but that Kimmy bang bang bang. But it looks like they're just gonna be waiting for those minions now. They could possibly go ahead and end this game already. They're gonna be diving into that tower and they're gonna be hitting that tower. It looks like this will be our first game. This will be the first victory of the semifinals. Vigani taking that victory that is now a 1-0 on this best of three. Vigani at the match point for our semifinals for this series. So absolutely amazing. Congratulations once again to Vigani for a clean execution. Once again, I've said on the first lineup, I was really nervous for Vigani's lineup because I mean I was like, who's the carry over here? And well, they executed really well and they managed to end the game before Omega's Leslie got their items. So once Elpida actually went to the late game, Vigani could have had a little bit of trouble because the junglers, especially even Hayabusa, they're actually um they're actually like not very reliable towards the late game. But we do have the Kimi as well. There was a bit of a like a backup plan, you know, the Kimi, but the Kimi did go to the mid lane, so it wasn't as fast as, you know, if you put the Kimi on the gold lane and then like they'd get as much items as possible. But yeah, 26-15, and I've said this, they should not drag on this game past the 12-minute mark, and they got it to 11:44. So that's absolutely crazy. Vigani, beautiful execution. They had to end that game ASAP. They could not give that Leslie the time to go ahead and farm. But the MVP will be Nanu, the roamer. 2-0 to 19 on the KDA. So that's a really good build, a really good tank build. We have that immortality, and we have a lot of physical defense, and we also have that heal spell, which just helps out rather the rest of the team. So congratulations once again to the Vigani for such a beautiful execution. And maybe we'll be we're going to the second match immediately. I just heard our production. So it looks like we'll be starting the batting and picking really soon. Our players are ready already. They're in the lobby. So it looks like everyone's on fire actually. Everyone just wants to get started. So it's gonna be really exciting. Elpida Esports should be perhaps the first pick this time. That's usually how it goes. But what Elpida Esports can learn from the previous game actually, I mean, it was a pretty unorthodox kind of distribution of the lineup. CC on the gold lane, but CC's not really the carry. Hayabusa from Rai will probably be banned next. That will be a respect ban, but Rai, I'm sure Rai has a different hero just in case Elpida Esports goes ahead and bans that. But Kimi is actually going to be the first ban. Vigani should be answering back with maybe an Isunshin ban because they're not first pick, and it looks like they're not actually from previous game they're not actually prioritizing Isunshin all that much. And I love that Rai has a lot of mobility on that Hayabusa. So depending on what else is um in Rai's arsenal, you know, any other heroes that Rai can use. So we might be expecting that to pop up in Vigani's lineup instead. But Hayabusa was such a solid choice for Vigani because that mobility and the ability to dive into those towers without much consequences, it just turn the tides around for Vigani. And it looks like Vigani will be banning Minotaur first. Elpida Esports, of course, as expected, the Hayabusa respect ban. Vigani's coming up next. Maybe they can go ahead. Ban Sushin is still up at the table. Unless they want to get the Sushin for themselves, Elpida Esports will probably get the Isunshin first. So Vigani, they could maybe risk leaving Zushin open, even though they're second pick. Okay, time is ticking. They need to get this ban in first. Hmm. Really great for Vigani. It looks like they're actually gonna be banning Jushin. They're not gonna be risking it going to Elpida Esports, but Elpida Esports is gonna be picking once again. I mean, they could ban maybe the CC or the maybe not glue too much. The Kimi and the Hayabusa are already off the table. They could ban the Basha, but Vigani will have a lot of choices for their roam after that. Not sure what Elpida Esports will ban, but they could go ahead and ban the whole lineup of Vigani. I mean, it's just gonna be all respect ban. It's just such a beautiful execution from the previous game, but a couple seconds left to go. Okay, that's the Lapu Lapu ban from Elpida Esports. And Vigani will be banning that next hero. I think yesterday we saw the Lapu Lapu on the XP lane. It's pretty solid pick as well. So still a respect ban, but right now Vigani will be getting their third ban. So let's see with this new ban lineup. We might be seeing Elpida Esports finally taking their more comfortable picks, perhaps, and then maybe Elpida Esports might be showing us something different. Question mark, but let's just see what happens. Okay, kind of waiting it. Okay, it looks like we'll be seeing a Badang ban from Vigani. So we have the Badang and the Lapu Lapu banned off from the XP lane. We have Kimi and the Hayabusa respect bans, Minotaur off the table for Rome, and of course the Jushin for the mid lane banned. Okay, the Bane was open, and Omega will be taking that Bane. Okay, this is it. Bigani has to watch out for that Bane because the push capabilities of that Bane is absolutely insane. And you can see Elpida Esports, maybe they won't prioritize skills all so much, but just to watch out for the team fights. Because especially if Elpida Esports is only 4 versus the 5 with Bigani, you can expect that Bane is like on the opposite side of the map, taking all your towers down. Just watch out for that Bane and their push capabilities. That's exactly what Bane is made for. But yeah, Vigani will be answering back with 2 more picks. Can't believe I forgot that Bane was still on the table. I love it. But yeah, Vigani will be choosing the Arlot and they'll be taking the non-Rus Basha once again. So solid picks for Vigani. This is a lot of sustainability, but they can't afford to go for sustainability anymore. They need a lot of damage dealers, but Rai is still on the table. And of course, they still need a carry. Now we're waiting for Elpida Esports. Their next 2 picks, they could go for the Sunshin. For Death L, I don't know if I've seen Death L hold any other hero, but just excited to see if Death L will be getting another. Okay, this is a Popol Ed Kupa. Very interesting. Okay, pretty solid because that's pretty much a 2-in-1 hero because you get the dog, you get the wolf, just taking all that damage for you, and then we have like it's like having a carry and a tank all in one here. Popokon Koopa, mostly you can expect that on the jungle, and of course Death Feet L is a jungler. And yeah, the Carmilla for the Elpida Esports, one really good placement of that Carmilla ultimate can just shred all your hit points down. And of course, nobody will be answering back with the Valentina. Valentina can go ahead and steal the ultimate from Bane, or they can steal the ultimate from Carmilla as well. So whatever Elpida Esports will choose, Vigani has that ultimate as well. So they pretty much, you know, don't have to worry too much about Elpida Esports as long as Valentina goes ahead and steals those ultimates. But first, ban. It looks like we have a Phobius ban rather from Vigani. Elpida Esports will be taking away the CC from the lineup. and then Vigani should be answering back with something else. I mean, Elpida Esports completely different lineup from the first game. So Vigani, they I don't think they'll be expecting the same picks from last time, but I think we'll be expecting perhaps Isaac Foster on the XP lane. It's either Isaac Foster on the carry or the XP lane, and I think Omega Bane might be going to the gold lane. That's usually what happens, but you can also put Omega on the XP lane. But Vigani will be taking the Loi off the table, so no funny business with teleportation and no yin yang crowd controls from our Loi over there. But Elpida Esports, they have one more ban left to go. Very interesting on what nobody's up to with that Valentina pick. I mean, they've seen the Carmilla, they've seen the Bane, and they were like, you know what? I'll go ahead and take that Valentina for ourselves. Okay, Mincetar will be banned. That's one more XP laner off the table. Now it's Vigani first pick. It's either Rai or Soti. I think Soti will be getting first pick because they want to keep Rai's pick a secret so they won't get counterpicked. And it's a good thing that Rai has the last pick if ever they're planning on keeping the cards to themselves for the moment. So a couple of seconds left to go. Just checking that. Just checking the live stream. Okay, there's a lot of fans from Vigani. Even Nafa Naim is cheering for everybody. Just absolutely amazing. Good luck, Elpida and Vigani, absolutely. And absolutely crazy. I mean, Nano is the GOAT, and thank you so much, So Annie, the MVP. That's so true, Char. All right, we have the Iksha as our first pick for Vigani. It looks like we'll be seeing a typical carry for Vigani this time. I think that Iksha's going to be going to the gold lane because Arlix the XP, Valentina mid lane, and Basha as the roamer. And then Rai will be that jungler. And of course, going back to Elpida Esports, they'll be having two more picks after that. Kami and Isaac Foster. So expect an XP laner and a carry. Alright, just a couple of seconds left to go. Okay, we have the mid laner, Cecilion, and Export as well. So hold on. Gold lane will be Bane, XP lane will be Exborg, and then mid lane will be Sicilian and the Carmilla combo. Okay, very interesting. And then we have the jungler, which is the Popol and Koopa. So I love Elpida Esports. Once again, a very traditional lineup. But here, Vigani, of course, Isha for that gold lane, Valentina in the mid lane, and Arlott in the XP lane. We need their jungler. In the first game, Rai carried that game. So whatever Rai will pick, we're gonna be watching that really close. It's the Hanzo, still very mobile, still a lot of capabilities for diving under towers without much consequences. Okay, we see what Rai likes doing, and we're very excited for that next game now. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are at the semifinals. It is Elpida Esports versus Vigani on the semifinals on this best of three, and we're already match point on Vigani. They won that first game cleanly with an 11 and 44-second game. And right now we're going on to game number two. Two possibilities right now. Either Elpida Esports wins this, pushes this to game number three, or Vigani will finally take this semifinals in the bag and move forward to the grand finals. So that's the different things that could happen after this. So once again, Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2 will be moving forward with game number 2 of our first series on the semifinals, and we just love to see what our two wonderful teams are going to be bringing to the table. Guys, I love Elpida Esports, and I love how Vigani is just beginning to shine so much for this tournament. So right now, let's watch out and see what these two teams have to bring to the table right now. More than a minute left to go before that next turtle's gonna pop up, but on the XP lane might be a little bit of a push and pull from our different players over there, but the junglers are minding their own business as of the moment. Never mind, we have Popo and Kupa actually trying to go up against Valentina and Bakter just a little bit. They're gonna be backing away, not really um thinking about that too much. Okay. A little bit of might be a little bit of a invade from Vigani, and Nano will not be getting that blue buff away from the Bopol and Koopa. So a little bit of a too much aggression, but nobody might be in a little bit of trouble. If Kami had that target locked, then I don't know. I feel like might be a little bit of trouble for that Valentina, but that Valentina managed to get away in time. Okay, the Bosch is back. Bit of a hiccup from Vigani over there, but of course the first couple of seconds, first couple of minutes for Vigani, they conceded the first turtle to Elpida Esports, but after that it just went snowball absolutely to the favor of Vigani. But yeah, right now we're gonna be watching that out, especially since Elpida Esports has already positioned themselves all around the turtle. That's actually if I'm push potentially on that turtle, but it looks like Nanu will be trying to go ahead and contest that. Way too early to dive into that turtle, but of course Death L will be taking the first turtle, and there's a casualty once again. That's Nanu with their second death for Vigani. So just a slight gold lead from Elpida Esports, maybe 300 gold. So we're seeing the emblems as well of each of our players. And yeah, just a poke here and there in the XP lane. The gold lane is of course Omega with the Bane just kind of minding their own business over here going up against Isha. But Mongrel will be getting another kill. And that's actually up against Isaiah Foster. Alright, something happening up in the top lane, 3 versus 3. Slowly but surely, Nana's taking a bit of damage, but Elpida Esports is quickly being pushed back to their tower. But it looks like Hanzo might be diving in really, really quickly. Rai's taking a bit of damage, but they can pull back anytime now. Okay, Rai manages to get away with a bit of damage, and it's a good thing there's no Leslie this time. Okay, but Sati's a bit of trouble, but they managed to heal up. Alright, it's a good thing Carmela didn't manage to take that second skill up in the chase. But Mongrel is Rahil. It's actually cutting the lane very interestingly. Not much consequence over there. I mean, this is XP lane. You can expect that they're just poking here and there. But up at the top lane, Rai might be in a little bit of trouble, but they can still pull back with a bit of HP left. Okay, Nanu leading the charge, but they're at the numbers disadvantage, especially since Rai has to move backwards. Okay, but Nanu will be getting Omega first. Nanu has to go back. And it looks like Elpida Esports will be backing away. They won't be risking any more on that team fight. 2-2 on the scoreboard as of the moment. But looking at the mid lane, just a little bit of a chase here and there. Okay, there's the turtle. No one's positioned just yet, but we have Rai already nearby. And the question is now, where is Death Feet L? They have to rotate as soon as possible. Okay, that's exactly what's happening. Kami and everybody is already positioned in, and Death is right behind them. 3-3, hovering about on that second turtle. Okay, 4 versus 4, poking here and there. That turtle is half health, but towards the jungle of the Elpida Esports, it looks like we'll be seeing our first casualty. Mongolis Rahil will be falling first. Rai takes that turtle for their side. Nanu gonna be falling once again. Isaac Foster just was spraying all of those fire, but it looks like okay, Rai might be in trouble, but they can back away really, really quickly. And this is what I'm talking about. Rai with the Hayabusa, with the Hanzo. Lots of mobility, lots of freedom to kind of have a second chance, you know. if something bad happens, they can go ahead and just pull back immediately. It's just absolutely insane. The play style that we're seeing from Rai of Vigani is very distinct, and it works out, and it was absolutely shining in the first game. But the second game's a little bit of a different pace. We're seeing well, a little bit more of a typical pick. We have the Iksha as their carry on the gold lane, and of course, I think we're gonna be seeing a traditional game this time instead of a maybe a Kimmy on the mid lane and stuff. But okay, gonna be matching out. We have the Sicilian actually holding the ground for the top lane. And it looks like there's a bit of trouble in the mid lane. Glue is gonna. That's not Glue. That's Hanzo is actually gonna be chasing Isaac Foster all the way to the mid lane, in the turret. But there might be a bit of trouble. That was Kami's ultimate shredding down the HP of Elpida Esports. But in the end, it's actually Nan who's gonna be losing the lives first. Nobody's very low on health. They have to back away. But there's a 4 down on Elpida Esports. That's crazy. Everybody's the only one left. Okay, we're starting to see Vigani getting their footwork here up against Elpida Esports. So if it's the same story as the previous game, we're gonna be seeing the snowball come in really quickly. After the first turtle, Vigani all of a sudden starts to shine, but Vigani will be starting on that turtle really quickly. Might be uncontested. Death L is still trying to get that red buff. I think they'll be conceding that turtle for now. And 2 minutes in, and we'll be seeing that Lord spawn at first. But right now, it's Vigani slowly but surely invading that jungle. This is how they won the previous game. They were proactive. They took those buffs away from Death L. But Death L will be getting nobody instead. And it's a 5-man reckoning for that blue buff. Death L falls, however, to Salty. And Rai will be diving into that tower, trying to chase down Elpida Esports, but that's not going to be happening. Nanu has to back away. Sati has to back away. This is not a good idea for Vigani. They cannot afford to lose anymore. But in the end, Death L is going to be the casualty for Elpida Esports. All the while, Nanu's going to be falling for the side of Vigani. 7-7 on the scoreboard. We've just crossed 8-minute mark, so this is Lord territory right now. And of course, looks like we've seen all 3 turtles already. So right now, it's gonna be the mid game as of the moment, just farming once again. And too early to go ahead and position yourselves on the Lord, but it looks like Vigani is hovering about. Mostly in the mid lane, we have Iksha going back to the gold lane and trying to defend their tower. And there was only one push. It's up against Elpida Esports. They've lost their top outer turret for now, but there's a 3 versus 1. Mongrel might be in a bit of trouble. They actually went ahead and engaged, but it's not going to be enough damage. But Isaac Foster dives in, gets Mongrel, gets that chase. Nano a little bit too late on the action, and this is a potential 4 versus 1. Nano has to back away, but nobody's right behind. And of course, Rai is coming to the rescue as well. So potential 3 versus 4. Rai coming in with a lot of damage, but Rai is immediately being pushed back. There's way too much damage, and Nanu's taking all of that damage. Not much damage coming in from the nobody. So our Iksha all the while quietly pushing all those minions towards the inhibitor turret. But it looks like Elpida Esports actually has 2 kills in the bag up against Nanu, up against nobody from Vigani. Okay, starting on the Lord is actually going to be Deathfeet L. And I don't know if Vigani's going to go ahead and contest that. We have Rai nearby, and Rai can go ahead and go get that ultimate right now, but it looks like they will be considering that Lord first. And not sure what Vigani's going to be thinking about right now, but maybe they're just going to be biding their time. They don't have to worry too much about the first Lord, because it's not going to hit as hard as the enhanced Lord. But still, just a little bit more worrying. It looks like Actually, it looks like Sotti's job right now mostly is not really much on the team fights, but more on the push, which is a good idea, especially if you have to worry about the Bane. But it looks like Death L is going to be taking the Valentina off the bag, and Kami has taking that mid tower. Looks like it will be a 4-man push up at the mid lane up against Vigani, and quietly but surely, Isaac Foster is also at the top lane trying to clear those minion waves. And Vigani, they have to worry about the bottom lane also. So Elpida Esports, they have the objectives in the bag, and Salty putting their ultimate in and forcing Elpida Esports to back away from that mid turret. But up top, Isaac Foster brings all of those minions in, attempting on the inhibitor turret up top. But the rest of Elpida Esports, they're gonna be going in and trying to help those minions go back against the base of Vigani. But Vigani is going to be defending as of the moment. It's on the defense right now. But now Vigani has dealt with the Lord. And they're going to go ahead and push those minions back just a little bit, just so they have any sort of leeway to go ahead and start a team fight. Alright, I'm just going to be kind of watching out just a little bit. And well, Vigani's kind of waiting it out. Watching out, just kind of waiting for the right moment to strike. Elpida Esports is just pushing those minions up in the mid lane. Okay, a little bit of a 5-man push on that blue buff. They're using Vigani's tactics up against themselves. It's a little bit of a, make having a taste of your own poison. But Vigani, they had a slight advantage in the mid game, but right now Elpida Esports is quickly taking that advantage back. So it's again the Carmilla and Sicilian combination just helps a little bit, and Omega with that Bane just helps with that push. Kupal and Kupa could be useful as well, and Nano will be falling first. Omega takes that kill, but Vigani's quickly gonna be retaliating. 1 down, 2 down from Elpida Esports. That's actually 3, and Rise still chasing in a mid lane. Popol and Kupa, Death L is trying to run in, but there's just not enough time for Vigani to give that chase. That's a 3 down from Elpida Esports, and they have that Lord on their sides, and I don't think Elpida Esports can contest this. Let's see, Death L is nearby. They're still halfway to the Lord. I don't think that Death L can walk that fast, so it's not probably gonna be a contest. Alright, we have Vigani on their first Lord. That's 1-1 on the Lord right now, and they have to kind of watch out for the minions up top, especially since Elpida Esports has pushed those minions in. But 5-man push on the mid lane for Elpida Esports. They are now on the defense as of the moment. Okay, just kind of waiting it out. Soti takes one more tower. Okay. Elpida Esports on the defense right now. It's just a little bit of a push and pull, but right now, once again, Vigani. We saw a domination on the first game. Right now, it's a little bit of a push and pull. So Elpida Esports, they have I don't know if I should say this, but like I like their picks better. A little bit more, a lot more damage and a lot more capabilities, and so I'm just excited to see how this game is gonna play out, because right now I don't really have any bets. It's kind of a push and pull right now. Vigani has the advantage as of the moment, but remember, Elpida Esports pushed Vigani back to their base as well. But right now, Vigani's putting a lot of pressure on Elpida Esports, especially with the help of the Lord. Okay, there's a Vigani actually mostly focusing on pushing those minions back, but the minions are equalized already up top, so they'll have to watch out for that. They still have the minions advantage for top and for mid rather and bottom lane. And Elpida Esports, you can notice that they're not going out of their base. They are kind of just waiting for their defense to kind of hold so that they can go ahead and do something a little bit more risky. But right now, they're playing it safe. All right, just kind of watching this out really, really quickly. Vigani with the recalls. Okay. But there's a potential team fight over here in the jungle, but it looks like Elpida Esports, they won't be fighting back, but there's a initiation. Sati already getting Death L. Okay, not a good idea, especially since that Lord is gonna be spawning really soon, but Kami does get one that is Mongrel from Vigani. But half a minute left to go before that next Lord's gonna pop up, and here's the thing: Death needs to be there to contest that Lord. I mean, it's not necessary, but you do need your jungler, mostly, especially in the pro scene, to get the objectives. But on a normal rank game, of course, anyone could go ahead and contest that Lord, especially if you have um a little bit of a risk taker, you know. But that Lord's gonna be coming up in a couple of seconds. It looks like Elpida Esports will be trying to contest that. Okay, just a little bit of a poke here and there. The Elpida Esports is very much compounded. I mean, imagine if Vigani had a setter tank, then they'd be in a little bit of trouble. But right now, it looks like it's uncontested as of the moment. But they're compounding. Elpida Esports is compounding towards the bottom lane. They're not gonna be rushing in yet until now. Okay, it looks like we have a 5-man push on that Lord. Let's see who takes it though. Deathfed L will be falling first. Rai will be getting that Lord. Oh my gosh, Elpida Esports does not have that retribution, especially since Deathfed L fell everybody, and Kami will be following. Omega's running away. Sati's a bit low on health. Isaac Foster managed to get away, but they still have that immortality. And right now, Elpida Esports on the defense. There's a Lord marching in, and they have to defend their base. It's not a good look. It looks like we have a tower dive, and Omega will be falling. I think this is it, guys. I don't know. I think this is it for Elpida Esports. It's gonna be a little bit hard to defend that. I mean, we have the immortality popping in, but those minions are already up at the base, and the question is, who will be defending that base? There are 3 people down on Elpida Esports and Vigani. This is a sweep on this semi-finals. 2-2 win up against Elpida Esports. They have toppled down a household name in MLBB. And ladies and gentlemen, this is our first series for the semi-finals, and that was a beautiful, beautiful execution coming in from our Vigani. That is 2 absolutely clean games. Now, Elpida Esports, okay, they have the, like, I've seen the pattern. They usually have hold on the early game, and the first game, when the mid game came up, Vigani slowly took the snowball. But then again, on the second game, Elpida Esports had the early game and the mid game. But right now, the late game is actually going on to Vigani. So a little bit of a plot twist over there. They utilized their lineup really well, and this shows in the 15-17 scoreboard. Elpida Esports finally had their footing, and they actually had the upper hand for the first couple of minutes, up until maybe the 12th minute. But all of a sudden, Vigani turned the tides around after that second Lord. Really helped out, and they utilized that second Lord really, really well to push in to Elpida Esports base, and they did not stop at that. I think what went wrong for Elpida Esports on that second game is the second Lord, because not only did Vigani get the second Lord, immediately after that, Elpida Esports lost 3 players, and those 3 players, they needed those 3 players to defend that base, and it's just impossible to do at our rate. But Sati will be getting that MVP, and once again, congratulations to Vigani for moving on to the grand finals of Ooredoo Nation Esports Contender Series Season 2. And it looks like we'll be going back to the bracket. Yep, Elpida Esports and Vigani will be concluding with Vigani moving forward to that grand finals. Now it's going to be MVL Esports going up against Blood Ravens. Whoever wins in this second series will be moving on to the grand finals. And of course, before that happens, before our second series, we'll be going on to a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first series for the semifinals for Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2 for MLBB. We'll be seeing you in a couple minutes. We're just gonna be setting things behind the scenes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon.
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತ ನಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಡುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ
ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟೊಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Furusato liberne technology libe kuri eroma eko haru fatuga tibe hus baguta bagutung ufala libe huwa fenta kuga veche libe fa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रहा है? Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा है?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
And we are back to Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2. Wow, that first series was just amazing. I don't know, Elpida Esports up against Vigani, and I don't know, production is so happy right now. Look at that, Vigani moving on to the grand finals, and whoever's gonna win the second series between MVL Esports and Blood Ravens, they will be going up against Vigani, an absolute beast of a team later on. And once again, I am your caster, Annie. And with me is actually also Annie, the scientist. So I'm all alone right now, but it's fine. I don't think I can solo cast PUBG M, but MLBB is absolutely fine because there's always something happening. But yeah, VL Esports will be taking first pick right now, and Blood Ravens will be following after that. So just to recap, VL Esports won their semifinals through a sweep 2-0. Blood Ravens, however, won through a reverse sweep. So Blood Ravens lost their first game and then won the next two games. So it got pushed to a game number three. So this is it. Let's just see what MVL Esports and Blood Ravens has to show for themselves. And so still mostly the same lineup. I think yeah, it's actually the same lineup. I can remember Kiasuno, Vendetta, their carry, Kiasuno, their XP laner, and then Serity, I believe, mid laner on MVL Esports. C10, their roam, Skyzen, I believe, either their jungle or their carry. I forgot already. But yeah, familiar names. Going on to the bans, Yuzhong and Carmilla will be taken off the table for MVL Esports. Blood Ravens already off the table is Yujin Shin. Considering the fact that both of these teams they have Yuzin Shin players, very interesting move. But Vixana will be taken off the table as well. Is that Eve or is that Hanzo? I think that's Eve also banned for MVL Esports, which is a respect ban up against Blood Ravens. And then Irithel will be the final ban. Moving on to the pick. Oh, another Bane. Okay, I love Bane. I absolutely love Bane because Bane. Once again, I just keep raving about Bane's push capabilities, and so Blood Ravens has to watch out for their backs and hope that Bane doesn't backdoor their towers. But yeah, just kind of gonna be watching out them for the rest of the picks later on. Okay, we have the Savior for Blood Ravens. We have one more pick, Vendetta. Okay, Vendetta will be taking that Nathan. Okay, Nathan always gets banned, but I think this is the second time I've seen Nathan being picked actually in this tournament. Might be the first, might be the second. I might be scamming myself. I'm not sure, but yeah, the Nathan has a pretty high ban rate. So seeing Nathan on the field right now, it's gonna be really exciting, especially the Xavier, which Xavier actually got picked a little bit more often in the previous seasons, but I don't know, it kind of fell off as of the moment. But let's see that Xavier coming in and showing us what they're made of in the mid lane. But yeah, VL Esports will be answering back with a CC and Kufra. So Kufra on the Rome CC XP lane and then Bane in the gold lane. So we still need a jungler in the carry. So Unveil Esports is holding on to their damage dealers. And they had to prioritize getting that lane just in case Blood Ravens gets any idea, gets any ideas. And once again, the Zushin is still on the table, by the way. Blood Ravens won't be taking that Zushin. They already have the Xavier. The Yasuno could be their next pick. That would be an XP laner, I believe. Just gonna be waiting for that. Alice. We're gonna be seeing an Alice mostly probably on the XP lane. That's Kiyosuno, who's gonna be taking that Alice in. And we're gonna be going on to our second phase of the banning. We have Granger. Blood Ravens taking Granger off the table. And that's because MVL Esports still needs their carry, but Nathan is already taken by Blood Ravens. So they can go ahead and ban all the carries that they want. MVL Esports, they'll be answering back with probably a jungler or a roam. So let's see what MVL Esports will decide to do. They have a couple of seconds left to go. Okay, the timer's just trickling down. But yeah, we'll be seeing a Fredrin ban next. Blood Ravens will be going ahead and banning Lancelot as soon as possible. And guys, you saw that timer a while ago go from 10 minutes down to 5 minutes down to 1 minute. You can see how excited everyone is for this semifinals, and that's just to be expected. I mean, the first series ended without going to a game number three. So you can tell MVL Esports and Blood Ravens, they were just on standby. They were like, we're ready, we're ready. If this was a physical kind of sport, you could expect the players just kind of jumping about their rooms, and the waiting rooms are like, yeah, let's do this. And you can see how excited everyone is. In the first series, there were a lot of people cheering on for both teams. Right now, MVL Esports and Blood Ravens will be going up against each other, and it looks like our final ban will be the X-Borg, which is a typical XP laner. And not sure where that Alice. Wait, where do you think that Alice is gonna go? Maybe the Alice could be a mid laner after all, because X-Borg is mostly an XP laner. Okay, for respectable Blood Ravens, once again, Jushin's still on the table. So either of the teams can go ahead and take that Jushin for themselves. Okay, just kind of waiting on that timer. It's either Ragebird or Hello who will be getting that next pick. And it looks like Alucard will be getting that next pick. And then coming up next is MVL Esports. They have two more pick stuff to go. So Blood Ravens has their jungler already. So Blood Ravens surely just needs the rumor. Okay, coming up to MVL Esports. Just kind of waiting on them. Couple of seconds left to go. So it's Instinct and Sarity once again. Jushin is still open, guys. I don't know if they're gonna be taking that Jushin for themselves, but they definitely could. I mean, Blood Ravens is not gonna take it. They also need a jungler as well. Okay, they'll be choosing the Valier instead. And that's Suyo, which I haven't seen Suyo in a while. I was wondering where Suyo went. I was like, is Suyo just not um is Suyo just not meta right now? So finally the comeback. So Ragebird will be the last pick. They still need a roamer, so some good ideas will probably be a setter tank or maybe a high lows as well for that initiation. Let's see how that goes. If we can get a setter tank and then we go with that Alice with that ultimate and everyone else jumping in, that'll be a good idea. But Alucard has that mobility as well, so if there's any cheese that's gonna be happening, it's gonna be all up to Hilo. But it looks like, oh my gosh, what's this guy's name? Such a typical picks, but list of heroes, MLBB. Oh my gosh, I forgot their name. Okay, guys, let's just calm down. It looks like Rageport and Hello will actually. Okay, I thought they were gonna be swapping, but yeah, this will be the lineup for both MVL Esports and even right now. And ladies and gentlemen, this is MVL Esports versus Blood Ravens in our second series of for the semifinals. This is still the best of three. So be the first time MVL Esports and Blood Ravens will be going up against each other in this tournament. And so I don't know, we saw yesterday, of course, that we saw how these teams played out on their particular quarterfinals, and right now we'll be seeing what they look like right now on the semifinals. Whoever wins this game will go ahead and move forward to that grand finals to go up against Vigani. And Vigani is an absolute beast of a team to go up against. So I think we'll be starting the game really, really soon. Just gotta be watching out for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is Ooredoo Nation Gamers Land Esports Contender Series Season 2, and we're all up for it. So, Let's just keep watching. I'm kind of excited, you know. Everyone's just poking here and there. Might be something happening in the mid lane. Oh, wait a minute. Is that Lolita? I was like, who is that? And I think they changed Lolita's icon. That's why it was unfamiliar. But yeah, if we can see Lolita's shield. Yep, that's Lolita. Oh my gosh, I was like, who is that? That was a new a new hero, and it was actually just Lolita's new graphics. But yeah, it's been a while, guys. I'm sorry, it's been a while. But yeah, three people on the mid lane. Might be something happening. Instix is just trying to get the lettuce. I don't know if you guys call that creep the lettuce, but in the Philippines we actually call it like a cabbage or a lettuce. But it's called. I think their real name is. Oh my gosh, I almost said Scuttlebug. That's the wrong game. Okay, wait. Yeah, it's a complicated name. I forgot what the name is. Lethal Wanderer. Yeah. Okay, a little bit of a jump from Satan here and there in the mid lane, but no commitment yet. Lethal Wanderer, because I remember just calling it like a cabbage. But then yeah, Ragebird just poking here and there. A couple of seconds left to go before that turtle is gonna come up. Okay, Kiasuno isn't in trouble. Okay, Alflef is gonna finish them off with that sustainability with that tower dive, and of course the CC that Alflef will be finishing it off with taking off a bit of gold from that tower. But it looks like MBL Esports will be starting off with that turtle. Blood Ravens looks like they might be contesting this. Lolita coming in, Ragebird, but a little bit too late to the party. Instincts will be taking that first turtle. Good start. 1-0 also on the scoreboard in favor of MBL Esports. Looks like we might be seeing an invade on the blue buff for Blood Ravens' jungle. It looks like Satan will be jumping in with their first skill, and Rage Board will be the first casualty. Sarity getting that first skill, but they can have that blue buff, but in the end, Hilo will be using their attribution to take that away. So, good attempt on the jungle invade, but not enough, definitely. But they did kind of take one against MVL Esports. But just more than a minute left to go for that next turtle. Okay, just a poke here and there. Okay, Vendetta needed to dash away from that. We're in a little bit of trouble. Mostly MVL Esports is hovering about heavily on the turtle because they just want to position themselves really fast. But Ragebird just kind of poking here and there a bit. Okay, not much push and pull over here. They're just poking each other. Seems like a pretty chill, typical first, you know, pretty typical, traditional game in ranked. But right now, there's a random kill. Instinct getting Vendetta all of a sudden. All right, I like that. Up in the gold lane, there was a gank. And I guess Ragebird was just like a little bit too far off from that. Okay, Ragebird might be next, taking a bit of damage from that, but that shield was just not gonna hold up for long. Satan jumping in to the territory of Blood Ravens, taking that kill, taking that chase, and the next turtle's gonna come up. And I think I love MVL Esports over here. Satan can go ahead, give that chase charity, give that slow. And the fact that they're just so aggressive on their gameplay is just absolutely insane. But and the red buff, they're gonna be contesting that. They're gonna be invading. Hilo's gonna be in trouble, and Rageword, although they're also there, they just got taken by surprise too much. There's too much crowd controls. They can't move too much, and Hilo and Rageword will be saying goodbye. 6-0 still on the scoreboard. Not even 5 minutes into the game. There's two turtles on the side of FBL Esports. It's gonna be a third really soon if Blood Ravens keep on losing their players. But Vendetta, Vendetta still needs to go ahead and respawn. But guys, Vendetta is the carry and already has 2 deaths. The Ravens has to take care of their carry because their carry is probably their one last hope for this game because they're already falling off on the early game, and in the mid game it might be taking a while for them to get their footing in, but it's just a poke here and there. It looks like Hilo's gonna be jumping in. Alpham's taking a bit of damage, but there's a lot of sustain. So let's see if they can actually take this 2 versus 1. Whoa, I want to see what the build of Althaf is. That took so long to take down all that damage. It's absolutely insane. And Rage right behind them. And I think this is a 4 versus 1. Did not absolutely stand a chance. Instinct that takes that kill. But Asmin took that retribution from Instinct. And Instinct is jumping in. That does a lot of damage. That's crazy. What is that? MBL Esports absolute beasts as well. If we see MBL Esports go up against Vigani, I have no idea what this is gonna look like. Oh my days. Okay, a little bit of things happening on the red buff for MBL Esports' jungle. Alpha does get a 1 tower. Okay, we're diving in. Satan gonna be initiating that. The ball is bouncing here and there. Esports a little bit low on health. Satan has dashed in the wrong place. Okay. I don't know if that was a mistake or not. But yeah, okay. It looks like Alpha will be starting on that turtle, and MBL Esports might be getting that uncontested question mark because Blood Ravens isn't positioning themselves nearby, but it looks like Instinct will be getting that third turtle as well. So that's 3-0 on the turtle. Vendetta is slowly losing health. And MBL Esports focusing their fire on to the top lane. Xavier a little bit of a poke here and there, but it's not going to be helping just a little bit. But they're going to be moving on to the mid lane. A minute and a half more to go before the before the Lord is gonna pop up. Okay, what MBL Esports can do right now is clear out the minion waves. You can see that they still have all their towers up, and on the other hand, Blood Ravens has already lost 3 towers. That's actually the outer turret for each lane. And I'm kind of watching out. Okay, it looks like Yasuno will be losing their lives 3 versus 1, but there's going to be a 3 versus 3 right now. 4 versus 3 with Hilo joining in, and Sarati's quite low on health. They have to back away, but Skyzen is going to be joining the fray as well. And we have Satan already kind of low on health, but the Xavier chase on the skill is gonna be not gonna be enough damage. But on the other hand, the blue buff is gonna be contested. Satan jumps in, tries to save the rest of their team. Alpha manages to get away, but I don't know if we can see a casualty over here. Just a poke here and there. I don't think there's enough damage. Charity manages to heal up. Oh, there's a chase of a Rage Bird, but it's not gonna be enough to take down Instinct, and Charity gets that kill up against Rage Bird. The punishment for that chase. And that Xavier skill is not going to be enough to take down anyone from MBL Esports. Then again, guys, 12-1 on the scoreboard right now in terms of kills. We're 8 minutes past, so we're in the mid game right now. And just checking the items right now. There is a considerable gold lead for MBL Esports, and just as I was saying, there's another takedown. Hilo's going to be losing their lives. Look at that. KDA on each of these teams. Their only kill is actually Rage Bird, which is they tank. So it's a little bit worrying, but there's a jump on the inner turret for the top lane for Blood Raven. So I love Satan's kind of initiation over here, and Satan's gonna be backing off because they're quite low on health. Okay, immobilized. Sarati's a little bit of trouble, and Satan's still trying to protect the rest of their team, and it looks like Instinct has the first Lord. All the while, everyone was just distracted with the team fight. Even I was distracted. But yeah, tower down. Blood Ravens on the defense right now. You can expect that we're not gonna be see any initiation. Oh, Alpha took a lot of damage over there. Satan did not get hit by that Xavier skill. Okay, that Lord's gonna be marching towards the top lane. And it's not too worrying, by the way, guys. It's still the first Lord, so Blood Raven still has a chance to go up against MBL Esports right now. But MBL, they are putting a lot of pressure. Ooh, look at that damage from Skies and from that Vayne. So after that buff from Vayne in MLB, which just absolutely changed that hero. Now you can see Vayne one after the other in tournaments like these. But yeah, pushing into the inhibitor turrets is MBL Esports, and so they've gone a long way. Look at that map control that we have for MBL Esports. Slowly but surely, Alpha's kind of like just pushing the top minions, towards the base. And now it's a 4 versus 5 on the base of Blood Ravens, and they just need to take that bottom inhibitor tower. And now they're in a little bit of trouble. Rageborn took a bit of damage. Instinct follows that up with the confirmation kill, but slowly but surely, Skyzen, what is that? It's absolutely erased Asmin from the map. That's crazy. But Kasuno might be in a little bit of trouble. They're going back to the fountain to heal up, but focusing a bit on the top laners. I think they can go ahead and hit that base right now. I think MBL Esports has this in a bag, and look at that first game cleanly won by MBL Esports. Congratulations for such an amazing first game. So, guys, semifinals. Whoever wins this next series is gonna go up against Vigani on the grand finals. But right now, MBL Esports versus Blood Ravens on their semifinals. The first game goes to MBL Esports. And we'll be going on to the post game. Let's see what the stats look like. And 16-1 on the final scoreboard. That is a 10-minute and 53-second game. It's faster than the first game between Vigani and Elpida Esports. So, absolutely clean execution coming on from the teams. 8 towers to none. 1 lord to none. 3 turtles to none. You can expect Instinct's KDA and final score is going to be a little bit high, and perhaps maybe they're going to be the MVP for this time. So we're seeing a pattern right now. The first games, the junglers are actually carrying the game. So let's see who that MVP is gonna be later on. But right now, looking at the status, it's just absolutely crazy. And okay, we have Instinct getting that KDA of 7-0 making them the MVP. And GPM of 864, TP percent of 69%, spell retribution, of course. Item build, they did have that Blade of Despair built up. They have the Scythe as well. A bit of defense items as well as the CC shoes. So congratulations. Once again, a beautiful execution coming in from MVL Esports. But Blood Raven still has another chance. This is a best of 3. MVL Esports, it's already on the match point. Just one more point, and MVL Esports could potentially win this by a sweep and go on to the grand finals. But right now, Blood Ravens, they still have a chance to push this into a game number 3 if they win this second game. So I think we're going to be starting that second game really soon. So we're just waiting on for the teams to kind of trickle down to the lobby. I think they're already ready, actually. So thank you so much, guys, for thank you so much for the teams for being so fast in joining the lobby. But then okay, we're just gonna be waiting on them. So what Blood Ravens can do, I suppose, in this next game, maybe I don't know, like ban the Suyo. And maybe ban the Kufra as well, because it looks like MVL Esports actually has Kufra as their comfort pick. They're gonna force Satan to use another tank, and Kufra has an amazing skill of initiating fights and also chasing, which is I don't know. There's a lot of tanks that don't actually have chasing capabilities. They can't quite break the front lines, but Kufra can do exactly that. They can break the front lines, and Lolita was also a good choice, especially with the shields. But I don't think the shields from Blood Ravens' Lolita had a chance to shine all too much. So hopefully we see something different next. And Blood Ravens this time, they'll have the first pick. They'll be banning Vixana first. And VL Esports, we're going to be seeing a Carmilla ban. Blood Ravens should be answering back with, come on, Suyo. Has to be a Suyo ban. Or otherwise Kufra. Or maybe a carry, perhaps. Okay, we're going to be seeing an Earthel ban. I think this is based on the quarterfinals, kind of like picking. All right, and Yuzhong coming in from MVL Esports. Okay, let's just watch out for Blood Ravens really quickly. Okay, so Carmilla and Yuzong taken off the table from MVL Esports, and Blood Ravens taking off Vixana and Irithel off the table as well. Okay, the CC's next. Blood Ravens taking the CC off the table. And then just kind of watch out for MVL Esports next. Or just kind of waiting this out just a little bit. So right now, Blood Ravens, the I think we're seeing the CC is a respect ban, I think. But yeah, CC is pretty common in the pick. So Ascension is still on the table, by the way. If they've forgotten, I don't know. But let's see what MVL Esports will be banning. They don't have first pick. So okay, they heard me. Ascension will be banned next. Okay, we're moving on to the pick. So Blood Ravens will have first pick, just one. Hilo will be getting that Bane once again. AVL Esports had the Bane first, and now Blood Ravens, they'll be taking the Bane for themselves. And let's just watch out for MVL Esports this time. They have two picks left to go, and they definitely have to watch out for Hilo's Bane. But let's just watch out for MVL Esports as well. If they take that Suyo once again, the Blood Ravens might be in trouble. Okay, Export got banned in the first game. Now Alpha will have that export for themselves. And Instinct might be the next pick. Nope, it's gonna be Sarity getting that Eve. Eve was also banned in the previous game, but now that it's on the table, we can see an Eve coming up in our game number 2. Okay, Jushin's still on the table, and Asmin's gonna be taking that for themselves. I almost thought that we won't be seeing a Zushin despite it being on the table. I was like, come on, Zushin's open in the previous banning and picking. And finally, we're going to be seeing Zushin on our game number 2. And Blood Raven still has one more pick left to go. And we'll be seeing that Melissa. Is that Melissa? Oh my gosh, I forgot. Oh, wait, let me just double check. Because oh my gosh, my memory is horrible. There's more than 100 heroes on MLBB, but yeah, this is Melissa. And then MVL Esports should be having their final pick for the first phase. Let's just keep on checking. And I don't know what MVL Esports can pick. They can still pick the Suyo if they want to, but they might not want to give away their jungler too early. Okay, they'll get the Kufra first. That's a good call. But it gives Blood Ravens just a little bit of leeway to go ahead and give bans up against MVL Esports for their jungler. And right now, Instinct absolutely carried the heck out of that first game. So let's just watch out, you know. MVL Esports has first ban. And what they can ban right now is, I mean, Blood Ravens has a gold laner, has a mid laner. Melissa is a gold laner, so Bane could go to the XP lane perhaps. Okay, MVL Esports will be banning that Badang because Badang can be a roamer as well. Blood Ravens, however, can still ban junglers. Okay, that is a Granger ban. MVL Esports still needs a carry as well. MVL Esports has not revealed their main damage dealers yet. So junglers are the early game damage dealers, and carries, which is their usually typically the gold laners, are the late game damage dealers. So you have to protect your carry because they'll be for the first maybe 10 minutes of the game they'll be focusing on just getting a lot of gold, and then if your team is nice they'll be feeding you a lot of kills as well so that they can carry you all the way to the end game. But yeah, MVL Esports next ban should be coming up really soon. Couple of seconds left to go. Okay, just kind of be watching out just a bit. Skyzen or Instinct, either of them could be the next band pick. Looks like MVL Esports skipped their ban. Okay. So Lancelot will be taken off the table as well. So yesterday I've seen a really good Lancelot. Nice mobility. I just forgot which team it was. Okay, sorry guys. There were like 8 teams yesterday, and I can't like exactly remember who took who. But then yeah, there's another Nathan for MBL Esports. Nathan wasn't banned this time around. But coming up next is Blood Ravens. It's Ragebird and Kyosuno, so that's a rover, which is gonna be the Belric, and Kyosuno is the XP laner supposedly. So Hilo could be the jungler? Or will they swap with Kyosuno? Because Kyosuno is usually the XP laner. Okay, let's just watch out. One more pick for Blood Ravens, and that's gonna be the glue. The glue will be XP lane, so the Bane might be a jungler. I'm not actually sure, guys, but let's just watch out later on. Let's see what Blood Ravens will do with their lineup. But MBL Esports, Instinct definitely a jungler. So either we're gonna see Suyo come back. There's no Isun Shin on the table, so um anyone else can do. I mean, Granger's off the table as well. There's still an Alucard, I suppose. There's Popol and Koopa. Okay, there's a Suyo comeback. So here we go. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. MVL Esports decides to end their lineup with that Suyo. So this is it. Match point for MVL Esports. One more game point, and MVL Esports will be moving on to the grand finals. And if not, if Blood Ravens wins, then they'll be pushing this to a game number 3. So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is the second series of the semifinals, Blood Ravens versus MBL Esports, with the match point of MBL Esports. First game, victory with MVL Esports with the absolute beautiful execution from Instinct's Suyo, and that Suyo is gonna make a comeback once again for this next game. And right now, what's different right now is MVL Esports does not have that Bane. So, question is now, how will MVL Esports fare? Not that their lineups just slightly bit different. So there's definitely different executions, different strategies. But yeah, game coming right up. Oh, okay. I was a little bit nervous for that Melissa over there. I was like, I hope this guy's not lagging. But yeah, XP lane is glue, so that Bane will really go on to the jungle. Okay, Satan's just poking here and there. Pretty typical lineup for MBL Esports. So of course, the Nathan will be in the gold lane, Xborg on the XP lane. So you with the jungle, Eve mid, Romer, and then we're seeing the X board from MVL Esports kind of like rotating towards mid. I think there's a little bit of trouble. Satan's already starting that initiation, and that's the first blood. Asmin will be falling. That's Zushin, denying Zushin of a wave of minions, which is absolutely important, especially on the early game. So great execution, great gank from MVL Esports. What a surprise up against the Blood Ravens. But right now, we're still 1 minute into the game. I don't think people still have already have their ultimates. So I'm just watching out for the junglers. It looks like Hilo doesn't have their ultimate yet, but Instinct is already at level 4. We might be seeing something interesting happening really soon. Okay, Instinct's hovering about the mid lane. Let's see if Asmin will be getting their second kill, but it looks like Asmin will be playing it safe, but Ragebird, however, is gonna be targeted. Let's see if they give the chase to Ragebird. It's gonna be a little bit hard for Ragebird to fall here because this is the Beleric that we are talking about. Absolute tank of a beast hero. But okay, trailing up to the turtle. We'll be watching out. Instinct already starting them out, but Hilo is watching from the brush. Although, just making sure that the brushes are clean. Kiasuno coming nearby. It looks like Instinct will get that turtle with the rest of their team kind of just covering for them. But MBL Esports is trying to look at for a team fight over here, and Altaf's gonna draw them out with that blue buff trying to steal. Okay, this is gonna be a forced 4 versus 4 with MBL Esports invading the blue buff. Okay, a little bit of a knock up here and there. Instinct trying to give that chase, but Blue has them in the bag, and that just forces Instinct to back away. But Satan and Alpha, quite low on health, they have to back away really soon. But it's just gonna be Kiasuno and Ragebird up in here. But Instinct will be getting Ragebird, but Alpha will be traded off. Kiasuno gets that kill. Right, so it's a 1-for-1 trade on that team fight over there, and so we're back to kind of like just farming here and there. In terms of push, not much to say yet, but in terms of kills, there is a bit of a noticeable significant difference. We have a 1k, more or less 1k lead to the favor of MBL Esports right now. I mean, they had a first turtle, they have one more kill up against Blood Ravens, and they just denied a little bit of the farm from Blood Ravens. But right now, everyone's kind of just hovering about the bottom part of the river. So let's see if something's gonna happen over here. There's a bit of tension. Ragebird using that ultimate, trying to get away. Skies and Falls. Ragebird gets that kill, but they're gonna be chasing Satan down. But Ragebird does get that double kill. Okay. But Blood Ravens will be backing away, so that's 2 down from the side of MVL Esports. That's a 2-0. Not even a trade. So MVL Esports maybe got taken a little bit by surprise over there, but that Belleric ultimate really helped over there. But that turtle's gonna pop up really soon. It looks like that blue ultimate's gonna be used onto Alpha rather. But mid lane, 4 versus 4. Ragebird very low on health. Kiasuno took a full stack of that X-Borg fire, but it looks like MBL Esports will be starting off with that turtle. And Hilo's nearby, trying to go ahead and try to contest that turtle, but Ragebird will be falling in 6-6. That turtle might be seeing a potential team fight over here, but Blood Ravens is playing it safe, staying nearby of their tower, and looks like BL Esports won't be going in for that dive. So unlike the Hanzo or the Hayabusa, I don't know if MVL Esports can go ahead and tower dive all that much, but yeah, let's just keep a watch out for them. I think everyone's just kind of playing it safe, but Vendetta just lose their life somewhere out there in the map, and it looks like Asmin also all of a sudden gets taken by that Eve. 3-5 on the scoreboard right now. Skyzen doesn't get a turtle, and Althaf is actually pushing Kiasuno all the way back to their tower. Ragebird gets Skyzen, however, and that was on the bottom lane, and it looks like MBL Esports is actually chasing them down to the jungle of Blood Ravens. Look at the red buff on Blood Ravens' jungle. Looks like Instinct will be taking Hilo off of the map, and Vendetta will be following as well. Ragebird trying to get away. Azim is joining the fray. Instinct stealing the farm off of Blood Ravens' hands. It's a very proactive sort of moves, just denying that farm, and you can see that gold bleed coming in from MVL Esports. Okay, a little bit of a tower dive on the mid lane, outer turret from Blood Ravens' side, and we see the X-Borg's ultimate has been taken away, but Blood Ravens will be pushed back to their mid turret. I don't know what to say. Inner mid turret. So the inhibitor turret is like within the base, but inner turret is the one in the middle. Okay. Anyways, 47 on the scoreboard. A little bit more than 6 minutes into the game. A couple of seconds left to go before that turtle pops up. Okay, just a little bit of a skirmish. 4 versus 4 up top. And just a poke here and there. There's a lot of damage coming in from Blood Ravens, but Ragebird does get that kill. What is happening? The Belleric is getting so many kills. But then, yeah, Instinct going in for that chase, and they'll be backing away just a little. Okay, not Instinct. That's actually Satan. I saw the font, and I was like, is that Instinct? Kiasuno does get Altaf. The turtle is up for grabs. Instinct is already nearby, but Blood Ravens, I think they're going to be starting on that turtle, but Hilo's quite far away, so they have to go ahead and move on. To just look at the turtle really quickly. It looks like Blood Ravens has a good start on them, but it looks like Hilo will be getting that turtle. Did not manage to get contested by MBL back there, and so it looks like the final turtle will be going on to Blood Ravens, which they definitely need to kind of close in on the gold deficit on their part rather in Blood Radiance. But right now, in terms of push, slight advantage on the part of MVL Esports, and we're kind of just looking at the pokes here and there. Okay, just everyone's kind of backing away, and there's a minute and a half left to go for the Lord to pop up. So this is a prime time to go ahead and push those minions back, and they can still afford to go ahead and get those team fights. If there's someone that'll be losing their lives, it's not much consequences, especially since we have a minute left to go before that Lord pops up. Okay, Instincts gets spotted by Ragebird, and the Blood Ravens are kind of hovering about the bushes right now, trying to see if they can get a bit of a ambush. But then yeah, it looks like Vendetta's trying to defend the bottom lane as of the moment. Instinct's still going ahead and getting their buffs. I think that red buff is gonna run out really, really soon. So, there's a potential for a 4 versus 5 fight over here. Okay, it looks like there's an initiation. Blue's gonna be attaching themselves to Satan, and Satan's gonna be backing away, but we're gonna be watching the rest of the game. It looks like we're jumping in with a 4 versus 4, and Blue does get that kill, but Instinct gets Vendetta, Skyzen gets Hilo, and VL Esports, that is a 2. Now a 3-2-1 trade with the favor of MVL Esports, and Kiasuno gets one more kill up against Alpha. Instinct gets another. Kiasuno, I think that's the second kill for Instinct over here. Now they're just watching out for Asmin, and Asmin cannot quite do anything all alone. It's just gonna be a little bit too risky. But Vanetta has respawned. Hilo's gonna be following as well. But at what cost? The inner mid turret has already been taken down, and it looks like MVL Esports will be starting off with the Lord as of the moment. Okay, let's just watch out for that map. Okay, it looks like Blood Ravens might be contesting that Lord just a bit. Okay, we're just going to be watching out for that. Lord is already in quarter health, just poking here and there, and then we have the Bane ultimate coming in, and Bane steals that Lord from MVL Esports, and just like that, the Lord will be spawning. But look at that chase coming in from MVL Esports. They want blood, they want something out of this, and they might get the red buff at this moment. We can leave that Lord to kind of just march about there, but right now still Blood Ravens, they have a little bit of room to breathe, but MVL Esports still has a lot of that some map control right now, and since the Lord has been taken to the Blood Ravens' side, so there's just a slight advantage on the push, even though Blood Ravens are staying inside of their base. But towards the blue buff of the jungle of Blood Ravens, just a little bit of a trade here and there. I think that blue buff was denied from Blood Ravens at this point. Okay, Instinct got those minions moving on the top lane. Ragebird is gonna go ahead and try to clear that out. Blood Raven's mostly hiding on the bushes, on the brush here. And, okay. We have Instinct just minding their own business, actually. Just, if they're not getting kills, they're actually farming. Okay, we're seeing a little bit of poke here and there. We have Orsono versus Satan just a while ago, but I don't think they're gonna be committing to that until now. Okay, attachment coming in on Satan. Potential 5 versus 5 up in the mid lane. Satan might be losing their health first, but Satan draws Kiasuno to the tower. They'll be backing away and taking a bit of damage. Hilo gets Skyzen. That is a 1 down from MVL Esports, but they're still going at it. Blood Raven still has a lot of their health, but slowly but surely MVL Esports is taking a lot of damage, but that takes Sarity. And I think Altaf is in a little bit of trouble. Insect has to back away as well, and Satan is just back from from the fans and try to heal up, and it looks like Blood Raven still has their full lineup, and all the while MVL Esports lost 3 players from that trade-off, and looks like Satan will be bouncing away for now. Kiasuno and the rest of Blood Ravens, they're finally getting their footing on the push. They're getting the mid lane turret of MVL Esports. Let's see if they try for that inner turret as well. It's definitely possible, but MVL Esports is going to close in and try to defend that mid lane turret as well. So we're back into the objectives. 10-13 on the scoreboard right now. Half a minute left to go before that Lord is gonna pop up. So pretty interesting push and pull between the two teams. Okay, we have Bane with the Sky Piercer actually, and the Bane is 1 to 2 on the KDA, so they definitely need a lot more kills in order to make that Sky Piercer a little bit more effective. But right now, it's Blood Ravens that's hovering about that Lord. Okay, but MVL Esports is right around the corner as well, and Instinct's gonna be closing in really really soon. They're just trying to come in at the right time. Looks like Blood Ravens will be starting it off. And the rest of Blood Ravens is pushing back the rest of the MVL Esports trying to contest this. Okay, let's see if Blood Ravens can get this second Lord. And Stick is going right around the corner, trying to steal that Lord. Okay, it's a retribution from Instinct. Steals that Lord. You can see that sneak attack coming in. You saw Instinct going through the back lines and trying to get that retribution in the bag, making Blood Ravens do all the work. But now it's a 5 versus 5 on the bottom lane. You know what Blood Ravens should do? They should back away. They should think about defending their base, and that's exactly what they are doing. So after pokes here and there, on the bottom lane, looks like MVL Esports will be funneling their minions going towards the towers. They're going to be taking the bottom tower as of this moment. It looks like the top lane tower has also been taken by the minions. Okay, there's an attempt on the inhibitor turrets on the bottom lane especially. And okay, Instinct is going to be watching the mid lane inhibitor turret as well. Looks like the minions on the bottom lane has been taken out, but there's still the Lord to worry about. The Lord is marching towards the base, but Blood Ravens is trying to defend that. There's a bit of a chip damage on the base, but Blood Ravens is giving it all they got to defend that, and the Lord is gone. Satan is quite low on health, and Instinct has to back away. They can't afford to get this team fight started. And right now, they took down all of the inhibitor turrets of Blood Ravens. It's just absolutely no more defenses from Blood Ravens. But right now, Asmin, it will be taken off the table by Alpha. And Rage Bird might be off as well. That's a double kill from Alpha. And Hilo is also going to be saying goodbye. So I think this is it, guys. ML Esports will be moving on to the grand finals to go up against Vigani. Congratulations for that amazing, amazing sweep. And just, I don't know, 2 sweeps for the semifinals. Congratulations once again to MVL Esports. Very clean execution, and of course, Vigani, beautiful execution as well. So, our grand finals is gonna be a best of 5, MVL versus Vigani. So I think everyone is just excited for that. So of course, before that happens, we will be going on to the post game. But absolutely crazy. We all know that Vigani is probably watching this stream right now, studying whoever is gonna win this series. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we should be going on to the post game really soon. Okay, there we have it. So let's just take a look at the final stats. 12 to 18 on the scoreboard. It's a 14-minute and 44-second game. MVL Esports, of course, getting that. Blood Ravens had a little slight advantage at one point, but it wasn't enough to kind of tip the favors over. It wasn't a complete domination, unlike MVL Esports towards the end. But yeah, I think we might be seeing a comeback of Instinct on the MVP, but they were a little bit shaky on the objective, so I'm not sure if it's gonna be Instinct who's gonna be the final MVP. It could be Sarity as well, but 6-0 to 6 on the KDA. There's a huge possibility over there. So let's just keep on watch out on just way more objectives coming in from the side of MVL. But right now, it's actually Blood Ravens who's going to be getting the MVP, which is a Sarity with a 2-0 to 4 KDA, with a GPM of 598, a TP percent of 38%, and spell, of course, the dash. We have the item build, of course. Okay, we have the glowing wand actually fully built, and we have the boots as well. But I think, oh, okay, we have the ice wand as well. I forgot what the full name is, but that's like it's like a full build as well. But then yeah, Sarity with the Blood Ravens. Congratulations as the MVP. And so after this game, we'll be seeing the grand finals between Vigani and MVL Esports. Once again, just to recap on our semifinals, Elpida Esports versus Vigani sweep 2-0. Vigani moving on to the grand finals, and now MVL Esports versus Blood Ravens, another sweep. MVL Esports moves forward, and now grand finals will be Vigani versus MVL Esports, and this is, guys, this is a best of 5. This will not be a best of 3 anymore. So the winner, the champion of this Esports Contender Series Season 2 for MLBB will have to win 3 games on this best of 5 to be crowned the champion. The question is, will it be a sweep or will it be, I don't know, will it be pushed to game number 4 or game number 5? That's the question right now. But before that happens, of course, we will be going on to a little bit of a break, I believe. So, okay. All right. So, Ooredoo Nation Gamers, and once again, this is Esports Contender Series Season 2. And before we go to the grand finals, we'll be taking a short break. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a couple of minutes.
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
जाणू तो एक है राकित एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरने लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरुण बैकुड़ा फुम्मा द बैकुड़ा गादुरा मुझे यारू कम को दूर वाला फुरा का कब्बारा तो तेवेनी हकुड़ा मत का फस्की चहेनी they were some fight for veni diva ikko team king kude veni ga padan ka ko gemi ka kature ka ko bedi ka kappa e hur veni fahumi ha ka kure veni diwan mi mage mahal mage raj mi mage matal
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
The Gamers Land.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯಾ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ನೆಟ್
ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತ ನಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನಿ ತಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ
ಸ್ನೈಪ್ ಕುರೆ essa caminho taka é furi fiduga é teku toku fura é feito cheku taka ve oji fasha é sali trendaka é ki vajidua
Puro santo liberty technology libe kuri eroma eko haru fatuga libe hus baguta bagutung ufala libe huwa fenta kuga veche libe fa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रहा है? Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा है?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಒಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂಗ್ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
जाणू तो एक है राके तो एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरने लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरुण बैबा कुड़ा फुम्मा दा बैकुड़ा गादुरा मुझे यारो कम को दूर वाला फुरा का कबारा तो तेनी हकुड़ा मत का फस की चेनी they were some fight for the veni diva iko team king को the veni का बदन का को है गेमिंग का कतुरे का को है बेडी का कपा ए हो the veni फहुमी है का के को the veni दीवाने मी मगे महल मगे राज्य मी मगे वतन
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
The Gamers Land.
Kia balakiene kalu kuru kuru kalu kiruliku kulu fast kokiala karkurkalu kirulu no kalu kurkalu kiruliku
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ನೆಟ್
kalu kiruliku
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗಾ ವಿಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗಾ ಎಫೆಶ್ ಗೇಮುಗಾ ಕುಳುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗಾ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿಗಣ
Snap kure esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e teku toku fura e fitu cheku taka ve OG fasha e sali trendaka e ki vajiduwa
فرصة ليبرني تكنولوجي لبي كوري إيروما إيكو هارو فاتوغاتي بهوس بغتا وغتون وفلا لبي هو فنتك كوغا ويتشي لبي فا
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, क्या हो रहा Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ದುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹೊರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿ ಲಾಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದಾನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಗದುಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದು ವೇಣಿ ಹಂಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ್ಚ ಹೇಣಿ ದೈವ ಸಫೈ ಪುರವೇಣಿ ದಿವ ಇಕ್ಕೊ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಿಂಗುಡೆ ವೇಣಿ ಗಾಬದಂ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇಮಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಬ್ಬ ಏ ಹುರವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರೆ ವೇಣಿ ದೀವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ವತನ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿಕುಗಳು ಕಿರುಳುಕುಗಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರ್ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರುಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿಕುಗಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರುಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿಕುಗಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗಾವೆ ಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲಣೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗಾ ಎ ಫಶ್ ಗೇಮುಗಾ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗಾ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿಗಣ
ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟೊಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Furusanto Liberty, technology, libe kuri eruma, iko haru fatuga, tibe hus baguta, bagutung ufala, libe huwa fenta, fuga veche, libe fa.
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रहा है? Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा है?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉದ್ದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
है जानू तो एक है राकिता एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरडी लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरुण बैकुरा fumada bakuda gadura मुझे यारो कम को दूर वाला फुरा काका बारा तो तेनी हकुदा मत का फस की चहेनी they will survive for the veni diva iko team king for the veni nga pedang kaku he gaming kaka ture kaku he bedi kaka pa e for the veni fahumi he ka kikku the veni divu wani mi mage mahal mage raja mi mage matal
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತ ನಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ
Snap kore ऐसा का मीम तका ए फुरी फीडुगा ए टेकु टोकु फुरा ए फिटु चेकु तका वे ओजी फशा ए साली ट्रेंड का ए की वजी दुआ
Furusato liberi technology libe kuri eromai ko haru fatugati be hus bagata bagutung ufala libe huwa fenta kuga vecce libe fa
Salima fighti libe 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 just Salima fighti libe 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 just Salima fighti libe 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 just Salima fighti libe ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रहा है? Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा है?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಒಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂಗ್ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತದೆ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಳಿನ ಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದಾನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಗಲೂಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದುತ ವೇಣಿ ಹಂಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ ಹೇಣಿ ದೈವರ್ ಸಫೈ ಪುರವೇಣಿ ದಿವ ಇಕ್ಕೊ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಪುರವೇಣಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಬದಂ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇನಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ಏ ಹುರವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹೆಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರವೇಣಿ ದೀವುವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ವತನ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿಕುಗಳು ಕಿರುಳುಕುಗಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರ್ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರುಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿಕುಗಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರುಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳುಕುಗಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗಾವೆ ಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶ್ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿಗಣ
Snap kure esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e teku toku fura e fitu cheku taka ve OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajiduwa
فرصة ليبرني تكنولوجي لبي كوري إيروما إيكو هارو فاتوغا لبي هوس بغتا وغتون وفلا لبي هو فنتاك فوغا ويتشي لبي فا
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रहा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ
Okay, we are in Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2. We just saw our semifinals, and now we are going to the grand finals of our MLBB. And so, with that, once again, I am your caster, and we'll be seeing our wonderful, wonderful grand finalists going up against each other. So, this is between Vigani and MVL Esports. Now, both of these two teams won by a landslide. Not a landslide, rather, like a sweep on the particular semifinals. So, this finals, the question is, which of these teams gonna win this championship? I mean, they're both decent teams, but there can only be one, right? And Vigani, they had an absolutely crazy game. But both of these teams, I don't know about their like early game. They usually don't quite have a footing on the early game, but all of a sudden on late game, they can go ahead and just go on in a little bit of a momentum, and they ride on that momentum. They push all the towers back, and that's how they get their victory. So pretty similar play styles, and maybe a little bit different on the comfortable picks on the lineups. So maybe we're gonna be seeing very curated, respectful bands that come in from both sides. So let's just see. I don't know about the Yusunshin ban. We're probably gonna be seeing a Yusunshin ban, but there's a possibility we might be seeing a Suyo ban. Okay, that's not Blood Ravens. That should be Vigani. But then yeah, um okay, there we go. So Vigani. Okay, I was just sorry, guys. Production is being very funny right now, but yeah, right. Okay, we should see a best of five this time around. So the first ban should be Vegani's Natan, because we've seen MVL Esports pull out that Natan twice, and if we're gonna be following suit, we might be seeing a Suyo ban as well as a Kufra ban. But on the other hand, MVL Esports looks like they'll be taking the Carmilla off the table. I don't know if they'll be banning the Sicilian. I don't think there's a need to, because Carmilla is just slightly bit more dangerous than Sicilian, and I think you can quickly counter Sicilian, because Sicilian isn't really all that much in terms of mobility. But then yeah, back to Vigani. They could ban the Suyu just so that okay, I'm not sure. It's just so that Instinct can't quite get that Suyo, and they'll be forced to use another jungler. But let's just see, what Vigani is gonna answer back with. Couple of seconds left to go. It looks like we'll be seeing an Arlot ban, and MVL Esports will be answering back with a. I think that's a Leona, but I'm not Leona. Oh my god, wrong game. An Edith rather, but I'm not sure. Okay, okay, so that's another ban for MVL Esports. But Vigani, they should be banning someone else, guys. Suyo ban? Question mark? Or a Kufra ban? Just force MVL Esports to use another lineup. Or Vigani could be using a little bit of mind games, and they're like, I know how to counter Suyu, I know how to counter Kufra, so MVL Esports can go ahead and pick those, and then we'll just counter pick them. But then yeah, Vigani, they'll be going into um prioritize that Chujin ban instead, which is a good idea. MVL Esports will be banning the Minzitar. Now we're going on to our first picks. That's actually Vigani's going to be going to the start. So MVL Esports could have definitely banned either a Hayabusa or the Hanzo from Rai's hands also. So this is another similarity between the two teams. Actually, Instinct and Rai are absolutely insane as junglers. So pitting them against each other, this is going to be very, very interesting. So nonetheless, the rest of Vigani and MVL Esports actually doing really well as well. So Sati has their own moments as well as Kaizen, but the games never end in the late game all that often, so we can't quite see their carries kind of like go on full power. But right now it's Sati that will be taking that Bane for themselves, and we know MVL Esports' Skyzen can also play Bane. So once again, Esurgent's still on the table, but VL Esports, I think they might be going for maybe another Suyo, but they'll be choosing the jungler later on. But they have one more pick other than these. You see, but we will be seeing an Instinct Eason shit. Okay. In the semifinals, VL Esports constantly had the Sunshin banned. So Instinct couldn't quite hold on to that. So no Instinct Suyo this time. We're gonna be seeing a Eason Shin. But Vigani, two more picks for them. I mean, they could go ahead and get an XP laner first. I think Sati is mostly the gold laner, so we'll be probably banking on the fact that Sati is gonna be keeping that Bane on the gold lane. Okay, Angela. Okay, So Angela has been constantly banned for a couple of games. And also in ranked games, actually Angela gets banned quite a bit. So right now Vigani has been keeping this card close to themselves. They're finally pulling out that Angela onto the grand finals. And I just imagine the sustainability of an Alice that has the Angela buff. So I don't know. It's probably gonna be really, really insane. That mongrel's Alice is gonna be absolutely unkillable. That'll be a demoness rather. So let's just see how Vigani will go ahead and execute this. Otherwise, MVL Esports, they already have their jungler, they already have their XP lane. That's Alpha usually on the XP lane. So Satan can go ahead and get their roam. It looks like Serati will be getting their mid instead. So we're done with the first phase of the picking. Now it's back to the second phase of the banning. Vigani doesn't have to worry about banning the jungles already because Asunch is already taken. But MVL Esports, they can go ahead and ban maybe the Hanzo, maybe the Hayabusa, just so Ray doesn't have much to work with. But it looks like Fredrin will be banned first. Vigani, they could ban Skyzen's probably gonna choose a carry, so they can ban maybe Iksha or Kimmy perhaps, or let's just see what the next ban is gonna look like. But so both teams actually need roams. Rai needs their jungle, Skyzen needs their gold lane. So otherwise both teams pretty solid picks. Vigani, since they took the Angela, they had like less sustainability coming in from their roamer, but Alice is gonna take care of that really, really well. And Salties can also go ahead and get a little bit of sturdiness. But it looks like we'll be seeing a Gatakacha ban from Vigani, which is a good idea. So no setter coming in from both sides. Looks like we have finally the respect ban of the Hayabusa from MBL Esports. But Vigani should be answering back with another respect man on their own. Let's see if it's gonna be a carry, a marksman, or is it gonna be another roam ban. So there's a lot of bans that are possible at this rate, but I think Vigani, with this lineup, with the Vayne, with the Angela, with the Alice, I think they should probably get a little bit more mobility, I suppose. Okay, we're seeing a Badang final ban. Okay, we're back to our picking. MBL Esports gets the first pick, just one. I think the safest bet would be for Satan to go ahead and get um the first pick. Otherwise, they'd be giving away. Okay, it's an export. Hold on. Wait. I'm trying to see what MVL Esports is trying to do here. I'm a little bit worried because there's not much damage if they're gonna keep Skies in with that export. So Alpha might be going to the gold lane instead. Skyzen in the XP lane. Ceruti with the mid lane, Instinct, jungle, and they still need a roamer unless they put Xborg on the roam. Okay, Vigani can answer back with two more picks. But VL Esports, I don't know, they'll be relying a lot on Eason Shin for that damage. Unless, CC is gonna come in and just go full damage build. But then yeah, Vigani, oh, we're gonna be seeing a Benedetta and I forgot the name of this guy. I'm so sorry. Wait a minute. I swear. Khalid. Okay, we're gonna be seeing a Khalid pick with the Benedetta. Okay, so Rai is an expert on mobility, and Benedetta's passive, especially with that basic attack, with the whole of the basic attack, is actually so mobile. So excited to see what Rai has in store for us, and of course Nanu, with the Khalid. So that's a lot of sustain as well. a little bit of CC, a little bit of mobility. Okay, Satan will be taking that Kufra as usual. Okay, they're kind of shuffling their picks a bit. Okay, so the CC was definitely like a fake out. They're giving the CC to Skyzen because Skyzen's usually the gold laner. And Nano will be taking that Khalid still, and nobody is actually gonna get that Angelo. Okay. So Rai has the Alice, and Rai's usually the jungler. Okay, let's just watch out for later. Let's see what the final lineup looks like. Who has retribution or who? But ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the grand finals of the Ooredoo Nation Esports Contender Series Season 2. Vigani versus MBL Esports. This is a game number 1. We're gonna be seeing which of these teams are gonna best and become the grand champion for this season 2. So once again, this is a best of 5. This is not a best of 3. This is going to be a best of 5. So, if they want to get the championship, they have to get 3 wins on this best of 5. Okay, we're going to be going in to our game really, really quickly, and it looks like we're already seeing an invade from the side of Vigani. But we're going to be seeing Altaf already getting some information. Oh my gosh, Altaf's very low on health. Nice mobility from Mongrel is over there with Benedetta. Dash. That's crazy. Already a first surprise kill, not even a minute into the game. So it looks like Angela's actually staying into the mid lane. So actually, I do that quite a lot. I put Angela on the mid lane because I can't trust anyone else, you know. But then yeah, looks like Alice will be the jungler. And then Nano's taking a bit of damage, but not quite much of a worrying too much just yet in terms of falling. But then gold lane, yep, it's actually gonna be Soti versus Skyzen. Skyzen might be in trouble. There's a little bit of a gank, but Nano's very, very low on health. It looks like Skyzen will be attempting to back away instead of push. Okay, it's alright. We can still go ahead and give that bit of a healing so they can go ahead and reset just a bit. But that turtle's gonna pop up in a couple seconds. Nanu half health already. And then I'm just gonna be waiting. Okay, we have an initiation from our Kufra over here. Sarti gets another kill. Actually, the first kill for MVL Esports. Okay, that's a 1-to-1 trade, and then we're gonna be seeing a turtle gonna be coming up really, really soon. So just too early into the game, so we're not too worried about the respawn times. But we're gonna be denying a lot of kills first. Okay, it looks like Kufra will be jumping in. Satan's gonna be jumping in and trying to get Mongrel, but Mongrel will be saved by that Angela. Ray should be trying to chase down Satan, but it looks like Raj is not, Rai rather, is not gonna be going for that chase, and Nano's quite low on health, but you can see Rai gonna be pulled in, and it looks like it's all gonna be a wipeout. But look at that damage from Mongrel. Still, no dice. MVL Esports still walks away with the 2-0 win for that team fight. Okay, we're gonna be seeing that MVL Esports is gonna be starting on that turtle already. You can see how aggressive these two teams are being. Insect getting that first turtle. Oh my gosh. Look at these two teams. It's a back and forth between the two teams. You can see how crazy aggressive and proactive both of these teams are. They're like practically like almost the same team. Very much so in terms of skill, you can see that happening. I mean, I think it's kind of a little bit of a equilibrium at this point. There's just a slight gold lead for MVL Esports, but Vigani, I think they're playing it a little bit slowly more than usual. And then it looks like Nano will be getting Skyden. However, it looks like this is now a 2-3 on the scoreboard. Mongrel's way too deep into the jungle of MVL Esports, but of course, we're seeing nobody's actually going to be going in for that save. So this is the beauty of the Angela. You can just go through any part of the map as long as one of your teammates is there. But it looks like Satan will be going on for that poke here and there. Okay. Um, in terms of lineup, I think Vigani should probably end this game really, really fast. They can't afford to draw this out too much. But then again, MVL Esports also doesn't have much of a carry, but they do have Instinct, which is a marksman also. So they're both banking on early game kills. I mean, early game, fast game kind of like games. So they have to. Either of these teams have to win this as early as possible because actually, they're on equal footing. I don't think they're much late game players, heroes here. So we might be expecting hopefully a fast game, but let's just see what happens later on. But that turtle is gonna be popping up in a couple of seconds, and MVL is the nearest one over there. We have that Skyzen's already positioned nearby. But Salty's also there. It looks like there's something happening on the blue buff in MVL Esports, however. A little bit of a deep dive, and then we have nobody's trying to save Mongrel. Nanu's right behind him, and I think Mongrel might be in trouble, but there's a lot of mobility on that Vendetta, but it does not stop Instinct from taking it. But Rai gets Alpha in return. That is a 1-for-1 trade. But still, Vigani was the one invading that jungle. So, I don't know if that's a win or not. It's still a trade, but nonetheless, we're going to be focusing on the second turtle now that everyone's like, all right, the turtle spawn. Okay, let's go with that. Vigani slowly taking a little bit of that control over the turtle, but just gonna be watching out. They're just dancing around the turtle right now. I think they're gonna be going for that pickoff because Salty is very, very low in health, and we have Skyzen trying to chase that down. Mongrel gets Satan in return, however. But still, no turtle win. They're just dancing around it, but it looks like MVL Esports is gonna go ahead and try to start that up. But the question is now, where in the world is the jungler of Vigani? Okay, Turtle gonna go in with Alpha from MVL Esports instead. But Instinct fell, Nanu fell as well. And Mongrel gonna coming in. Alright, Mongrel is being saved by nobody right now, so you can see that Vigani is trying to be as bold as possible with their deep dives into the jungle, but right now it just kind of backfired just a little bit because both Angela and Mongrel kind of like fell off there, despite having the mobility, despite having the save from the Angela ultimate. But yeah, it looks like we'll only have 2 turtles this time around. They took too long on the second turtle, so we won't be seeing a third turtle. The Lord is going to be popping up in a minute or so. And okay, we have Satan jumping into the brush. It's just going to be Nanu that they'll be finding. Folks here and there, 6 to 8 on the scoreboard. Slight gold lead on MVL Esports' side, but I think we're gonna be seeing a potential tower dive to Sati, and they got stunned, and that's a lot of damage. Oh my days, Nanu tries to come in, but it's just a little bit way too late. Ooh. I don't know, man. I mean, MVL Esports very proactive, but Vigani also goes ahead and tries to invade the jungle every now and then. But I don't know. It's like we're seeing a mirror match. It's like like 2 same teams going up against each other. Same, like more or less tactics. We can see that they're banking on not putting late game heroes and trying to win this as fast as possible. But there's a little bit of a tension in the mid lane. It's gonna be watching out in case something happens. Lots in the brush. Okay, it looks like Satan will be initiating. Let's see. That's Ultimate's gonna come in with the Kufra, but just hits here and there. But in the end, Skyzen finally gets Nanu down. That's a double kill against Rai. MVL Esports slowly but surely getting the momentum on their side. In terms of map control, still none of these teams are actually on the advantage, and we're already 8 minutes into the game. You see, they're both having a little bit of trouble because they're both at an equilibrium, but right now it's slowly tipping to the favor of MVL Esports, 1 kill at a time. But then again, we saw like a couple games before, it doesn't necessarily matter that if you had the most kills, you won't win. You'll win immediately the game. It just has to be mostly objectives, mostly minion pushes, mostly tower dives. And right now, MVL Esports has that Lord. So that Lord's gonna push the minions of MVL Esports really well. Six Kaizen gets a tower, and Instinct's gonna go ahead and try to push back the lanes, especially on the bottom lane. The Lord's gonna be coming in, but Sati will get that Sky Piercer already. But too late. There's still 0 kills on Sati, so they need to build up that stack really really well. But a little bit of a initiation from Satan over there, but Satan will be backing away, but in the end MVL Esports still follows through. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Sati takes one, and Mogrel gets instincts. 2-0 on that team fight. Alpha finally getting that Dominance Ice is gonna help quite a bit, but that's just a little bit of a distraction. There's still the Lord at the bottom pushing all those minions in. I think MVL Esports over here was kind of hoping for a pick-off so they can easily push some of these towers. But of course, they had that chance. But right now, they're chasing Nanu. And that's a tower dive within the inner turret. Nobody's quite low on health, but they managed to get away with the save from Ryan Mongrel over there. 9-12 on the scoreboard, 10 minutes into the game. And now, no more outer turrets for Vigani. But MVL Esports still has their ultimate turret. So MVL Esports, they took a bit of a risk over there because they already had the map control, so they had the Lord as well, so they could pressure Vigani just a bit, even though they can afford to kind of perhaps make a little bit few more mistakes. They have a little bit of more room to make mistakes. But right now, Vigani, they're mostly pushed into the defense. They're trying to push back the minions. Mostly on mid will be MVL. Let's see if they'll try to steal that blue buff. Okay, just a little bit of a poke here and there, but not much commitment. I think Vigani is not trying to start anything right now. MVL Esports, they tried to initiate, but I think they're only there for the blue buff, trying to deny that buff from Rai over here. But yeah, going into the top lane, let's see if something's gonna happen. Looks like they'll be taking that tower for themselves. Okay, Rai will be trying to come in, and that's a lot of sustain from Rai. There's a bit of damage coming in. Ooh, with that Angela as well, but ooh, okay, that's a triple kill, and wow, that's absolutely insane. Nobody falls, however, but that is a 3-2 trade. Oh my gosh, and that's concerning the fact that Nano's kind of a little bit far away, so they Vigani had a slight numbers disadvantage. But right now, looks like MVL, they're just poking the Lord here and there, but they're not gonna be committing to that. That's a little bit too risky. And slowly but surely, the minions are going to the side of Vigani. They're gonna be pushing it back really, really soon, but right now, Vigani's just kind of licking their wounds at this rate. They still trying to recover from trying to go on defense for the whole time. And in terms of levels, it's still kind of like a little bit of a same for both sides. Slight disadvantage on MVL for leveling, I think. So that's just it. Mostly it's fine. Just a slight deficit on XP, but MVL does have more gold, but just slightly. Vigani slowly climbing up, but it looks like we might be seeing a potential Lord dance right now. Rai starting, but it looks like a red MVL Esports kind of losing one player. Let's just see what it looks like on the right side of the map, but Rai has taken instinct with that. And we're kind of just poking nobody, and Satan over here, both of the roamers, what is happening? They're not gonna deal any damage to each other, but the real fight is towards there. It looks like Instinct and Sarity did lose out, and Mongrels over here respawning, and so Rai still has their retribution. Instinct is still down, but it looks like we're not over with the team fight yet. But Salty gets to Satan, and MVL Esports slowly losing. Their player Skyzen is gonna be backing away. Okay, I don't think Skyzen can go ahead and get this contest in, and slowly but surely the advantage is going on to the part of Vigani. They've turned the tables, they have the advantage after that beautiful team fight where they turn the tides around against MVL Esports. But right now, they're going to be pushing in, taking advantage of this situation and trying to push a lot of the minions into the side of MVL Esports. So we have Mongrel trying to clear out the bottom lane. And push and pull just a little bit for Vigani, but they're not going to be attempting any invaders of the moment. Lord going to be marching up from the bottom lane. And I think there might be something brewing in the mid lane. There's a lot of people here. Just pokes here and there from Nanu and Satan. I think MVL Esports is kind of just waiting for Satan to go ahead and give that initiation. But all the while, the Lord's slowly but surely making the way up to the bottom lane, and MVL Esports finally going to be going ahead and dealing with that. But Vigani's banking on that. They might be going in for the potential initiation. There's 3 from Vigani, just poking here and out, while the 2 is on a split push on the mid lane, trying to take down their towers, some more towers. So possibly Mongrel is gonna go ahead and push at that top lane as well, but the Lord is slowly but surely trying to march up into the inhibitor turret. There's a few HP taken away from that inhibitor tower, but yeah, we're gonna be watching out for the rest of Vigani. He's definitely pushing back MVL Esports into their own base. But you can see, guys, it's a push and pull between the 2 teams, and you can see that their strategy is kind of the same, so it's very interesting. Okay, mid lane, there's a bit of something brewing over here. They're not gonna be committing to that, however, but they got a minute or so. So if ever they want to go ahead and get one team fight, it's gonna be on the advantage of Vigani because MVL Esports is still defending. But on the blue buff, we're gonna be seeing something happening. There's a dive into the inner mid turret, and that Mongrel will be taking Satan first, and Insect's gonna be backing way too low on health, but Nanu is gonna be falling. Mongrel gets a double kill, but there we go. Skyzen gets that kill in the bag. Rise quite low in health, but Skyzen is trying to go ahead and take this down, but nobody's gonna be sacrificing themselves. We still have the immortality. Sati still full health. Mongrel getting their 3rd kill. Okay, Skyzen's gonna be in trouble. This is a 3 versus 1. Finally, Angela getting that ultimate once again. That just forces Skyzen to back away, and there's a couple of seconds left to go before that Lord's gonna spawn, and there's 3 down. 3 men down on MVL Esports. So Vigani could go ahead and start on this Lord. They have to stop. They have to end this Lord really, really fast if they want this in the bag, because slowly but surely MVL Esports is going to be respawning over there. Okay. We have Rai, we have Sati, we have nobody nearby, and Mongrel is going to be coming in, but they're going to be bringing the rest of MVL Esports nearby. This will be a Lord dance once again, but Instinct has to go ahead and come here. The retribution is needed. Come on, Rai is nearby. They have a lot of control, and there we go. Rai does get the Lord, and now we're gonna be seeing a potential team fight. But MVL Esports has to back away. Look at them; they're trying to back away, but Vigani will not let them get away. Look at that initiation; they're trying to keep them into the top lane, and slowly but surely, there's another one that falls. It's Alpha will be falling first, but Satan will also be taken out of the equation. Vigani full squad still. And that's because MVL Esports could not afford to get into that team fight. They were just forced into that team fight because Vigani, they need those pickoffs. So MVL Esports can't defend properly, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're clearing out the minions. The Lord is taking care of the top lane, and now I think Insect's gonna be in trouble over here. They manages to get away, however, and just a sliver of health nearby, being using their ultimate to try to get this mid inhibitor turret. I think this is going to be possible. Skyzen is going in too deep. They need to go back into the fountain. Vigani is getting really, really aggressive at this rate, and MVL Esports is pushed back into their healing fountain. Oh my gosh. And now MVL Esports is just trying their best to focus on the minutes, and it's a good thing that there's a new minion wave, because Vigani is forced to go back away and reset and try to find another opportunity to go ahead and get to that base. But right now, everyone's just resetting. Vigani's going back to their farm, and guys, this is an 18-minute game. And we're still in game number one of the grand finals, and it was a push and pull between the two teams at first, but now Vigani has a bit of the advantage. So it's a good thing there are no marksmen or carries in this lineup, and it's also equalized between the two teams. But right now, I think this is a 2 versus 4 in the jungle. Skies is quite low on health. Satan's being chased right now. It looks like Mongrel cut into the lines, and that's Satan that's gonna be falling first, but I think Altaf is going to be pushed back into the base. Sarity's also trying to back away, and I think there's a tower dive for Mongrel. They'll be paying with their lives to the punishment, but in the end, Vigani manages to scrape down all of that new minion waves from MBL, and so Rai is trying to hold back and try to get MBL Esports a little bit more, but the minions are on Vigani's side, and look at that, MBL's trying their best to go ahead and defend their base. They're just watching out for the minions, only the minions. Only the minions. They can't afford to lose any more team fights. Look at them, they're not even caring about team fights anymore. They just have to stay alive. That's exactly what they're prioritizing right now. And okay, we have a little bit pokes here and there. Skyzen finally going into the aggressive, but it's Vigani this time that's gonna be backing away, and the Lords has evolved. A couple of seconds left to go before that happens. We are 20 minutes into the game. This is an enhanced Lord. Okay, so this Lord cannot be ignored at this time, especially since MBL Esports doesn't have any towers anymore. The minions are a little bit worrying right now, so we're just looking at the Lord dance here and there. It looks like Vigani will be trying to get a pick off before they really go ahead and try to risk getting the Lord over here. Okay, so a little bit of a poke here and there. Nikali used their ultimate. Okay, we're having finally that team fight that we're looking for. If MBL Esports falls here, it's gonna be all over, and they already lost 2 players, but Alpha gets traded off as well. But the minions are stopping MBL. They have to go back and defend, and they managed to get back in time. But at what cost? They lost 3 players. I don't know if Skyzen and Instinct will be enough to defend, and it will not. It will be Vigani who will be getting that first victory for this best of 5 in finals. Congratulations. So early game, it's actually a push and pull here and there between Vigani and MVL Esports, but in the end, slowly but surely, Vigani finally got their footing in the game, and then all of a sudden they just kept on pushing MVL Esports into the defense, and eventually they finally got that victory that they're looking for. Okay, MVL, they managed in the early game, they managed to actually push Vigani back to their base just a little bit. They took a few towers, but then they couldn't quite follow through. Vigani got the momentum in the bag, and then MVL Esports actually, MVL Esports, they defended really, really well. They drew this out to a 21-minute game, but in the end, we can only have one winner, and it's gonna be Vigani. And I think Mongrel is a bit of an MVP at this rate. Look at that, 15 kills, but it's gonna be Sati actually that will be getting the MVP based on the rest of the stats. So we have a GPM of 717, TP percent of 71%. The item build, what is that? Double holy crystal. Double holy crystal. Okay. All right. I respect that it worked, and it's fine, because Vigani won. So that was it for game number 1, I suppose. 1-0 as of the moment. Once again, this is a best of 5. So if Vigani wants to win, they have to win 2 more games. But on the other hand, MVL Esports, they are in a 1-point deficit. But we'll be going straight to our second game really, really quickly. So it looks like our players actually they're on fire. They want to end this as soon as possible. So yeah, we're gonna be going on to our picking and banning. So possible bans, since we might be swapping first pick. So MVL Esports is first pick. There's a possibility that Vigani might go ahead and ban that Bane, unless they want to risk giving that to MVL Esports. But let's just see what happens. Um, possible respect ban rather. Benedetta, CC maybe, and maybe the Eason Shin finally getting banned as well. But it will be a Carmilla ban first of all in NVL Esports. Vigani will be answering back. Maybe Kufra, I suppose, or maybe the Eason Shin ban, maybe. Or I'm not quite sure. Maybe they can go ahead and just give the typical Jushin ban first. Okay, it's the Nathan ban first. Not gonna be forgetting what happened in the semifinals, definitely. But then back to MVL Esports and see what they're gonna be answering back with. They can go ahead and ban Rise Hayabusa once again, or Hanzo. I think Hayabusa is more of a danger, however, so they can go ahead and ban that instead. But we're gonna be waiting that out. A couple of seconds left to go before MVL Esports is banned. Gonna go ahead. But then yeah, I guess taking quite a bit. Okay, that is the respect ban to the Benedetta of Mongrel, and that Benedetta just had so much mobility. This is what I'm talking about. Benedetta has a lot of mobility, especially with their basic attacks passive. If you hold that basic attack, you can go ahead and just zoom through anything. So they definitely don't want a repeat Benedetta, but there's a possibility, we might be seeing a perhaps an Angela ban as well, I suppose. But on the side of the Vigani, they can go ahead and ban yeah, Isun Shin or maybe CC. Maybe even the Kufra, because it looks like Satan keeps on locking in that Kufra. Or they can take away the export of Altaf. Okay, that's the Jushin ban. Okay, typical ban. It's fine. And VL Esports, last ban for the first phase. They can still ban that Hayabusa, but we can probably trust that Vigani is gonna keep race pick until the second phase of the picking as much as possible last pick. But it looks like we were gonna be seeing an okay, I'm not quite sure who that is. I really think it looks like Edith, but I'm not sure. But then yeah, Vigani is gonna be going ahead as well as getting their last ban as well. Okay, just kind of waiting it out. And who can Vigani ban? I mean, essentially still on the table. Hmm. I'm not sure who they can ban at this rate, but there's a lot of possibilities. But there are only a couple of seconds left before Vigani has to ban. Or okay, there we go. I thought they were gonna concede their ban, but they will be banning that export. Okay, on to our first picks. MVL Esports. I think safest bet would be getting the roamer first, or maybe mid laner. Or they could get the Bane. The Bane is open. Oh, there we have it. Skyzen's getting the Bane this time around. Salty will be denied their double crystal Bane this time around. But no worries, Bigani. There's a lot of possibilities here. They could get a marksman this time around. They can get a late game hero. And maybe they can go ahead and start with Nanu or with Mongrel. Okay, they are starting with Mongrel with that Arlot. Okay. And Arlot gets banned quite a bit, so this is a good start. And Sati will be giving that CC gold lane once again for Vigani. Okay, back to MVL Esports, two more picks. Carmella's open. Oh wait, no, Carmella's not open. I'm sorry. I scanned myself. Yeah, Carmella was the first ban. Okay. Who else is open, huh? Eason Chin's open. Alice is still open. Hmm. I don't know who's a good pick for MVL Esports. I mean, they have to build around the Bane. Okay, we have Arthur for the Badang. The Badang's finally open this time around. Okay, Serti will be getting that Vixana. Vixana's open. Okay, I get it now. And okay, one more pick for Vigani. It's either nobody, it's either Nano, or it could be Rai as well. Okay. Let's just watch out for the last pick of Vigani really, really soon. Okay. Who can they pick, however? I mean, Rai could be last pick for sure. Nobody might be going on to the mid lane. Nano, Rover? Maybe they can get a mid laner. They could get Valentina. They can get Eve. They have to go up against Vexana. Okay. Their last pick will be. Ooh, Alforsa. Okay, I think the Farsa should go to nobody. I'm not sure. Or maybe Nano is going to be in the mid lane this time around. Okay. And now we're going to go on to our second batting phase. So, Vigani still leads their jungler and the roamer. The other hand, VL Esports still needs a roamer as well as a jungler. So, they're just going to be, banning the same heroes that they need on the second phase of the picking, so they have to ban very, very carefully. All right, first ban is gonna be the Suyo. That is a respect ban up against Instinct. MVL Esports, they can go ahead and respect ban Hayabusa instead. Okay, I should expect that. Nope, it's gonna be Alice actually. It's gonna be Alice that's gonna be banned. Is that Alice? Okay, Rai used the Alice in the previous in the first game, so it's probably also a respect ban. But they should probably ban Hayabusa as well later on. Okay, Vigani, they can go ahead and ban Isunshin just to, mess with instinct just a little bit. But otherwise, they could also ban Kufra, you know. That's also a possibility. Let's see what they're going to be deciding that on. Depends on their strategy. Okay, it's the Gatatkatcha ban instead. And VL Esports, Hayabusa, come on, dude. Hayabusa. Yep, there we go. Hayabusa ban. Alright. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the last of our bans. Let's just keep on watching now. The next pick is gonna be either nobody or Rai. And I think they're gonna prioritize the pick of nobody instead. I think they're gonna go for a roamer this time around. Any roamer can do, so there's no problem with that. Just kind of waiting on. I'm sure Rai will be last pick. They don't want to give away who Rai is gonna take too early on, especially since AVL Esports still hasn't taken their roamer. They don't want to have. Okay, there we go. I'm wrong. They're gonna be taking. They're gonna be giving Rise Lancelot lots of mobility. That's the. That's actually the specialty of Rai. And we saw a while ago, Mongols also has that specialty. But oh, there's a Roger for the jungle of MBL Esports. Okay, and then Satan will be picking that roam really quickly to go up against Lancelot. I think Kufr would be a good bet, especially with that second skill. Really stop that mobility coming in from Rai. So if they have any other idea, maybe Anakai is also fine. Okay, you're getting the Kufra, which might be a little bit of a counter pick up against Lancelot. It just makes Rai's life a little bit harder. And then to break the back lines, you can go ahead and jump all the way to Kufra can go ahead and jump all the way to Shati or to Nanu. Okay, nobody last pick. That would be the roamer, which is Minotaur. Okay. So I'm just looking at the lineup. Yep, it's pretty well rounded. Once again, very early game coded. But Roger, however, I'm a bit worried for Roger. I think Roger can be a little bit of a late game kind of thing. And then Forza has a huge range. So I don't know. I can't tell which of these teams will win from just this lineup alone. It's a very I don't know. makes me a little bit nervous for the late game. But then again, it's both teams that don't have much carries. So that's Kaizen and Soti in the gold lane. So I'm not really banking on the late game over here, but there's a possibility since they're both early game strategies. So we might be seeing a drawn out game once again, just like the first game. It took like 21 minutes for Vigani to go ahead and get that first victory. So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2 of our grand finals of Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2 Mobile Legends. MBL Esports versus Vigani on the best of 5. Vigani already having one game in the bag, and MVL Esports still at 0. 1-0 on the best of 5 scoreboard. And right now, we're back on to the Land of Dawn. MVL Esports still needs 3 more wins. Vigani only needs 2 left. So, it's going to be a race to who wins 3 games. So right now, just poking here and there. Everyone's in their lanes. Not seeing any invade just yet. But it looks like MVL Esports is actually attempting on the blue buff of Vigani. But towards the mid lane, looks like Rai is going to be going in and try to swoop in. But Serati's quite low on health. We might be seeing a tower dive from Mongrel over there. That is the first blood. It's actually Serati getting nobody. And traded off with Serati and nobody, but Satan will be jumping in and getting Mongol instead. But not as very low on health. Looks like Satan was trying to get that greedy kill, but Satan can get away. It looks like nobody's gonna be flying in. However, let's see if Badang can get away. I think it's fine. Not too much worried about that, but it's a good start. However, Rice quite low on health and trying to attempt to get that blue buff. I mean, the blue buff can go ahead and heal them up, so they don't have to worry too much. Couple seconds left to go before the turtle spawns. So we're gonna be expecting Instinct and Rai to go all the way to the other part of the map really soon. But it looks like Instinct will be having a bit of a early start. Okay, so it looks like Rai will actually be recalling back to the base. That turtle's gonna take a while, so it looks like nobody actually caught Satan into their stun and manages to get that kill. So 2-2 on the scoreboard. A little bit late on the first turtle, so you might be seeing a repeat of the first game where there's only 2 turtles instead of 3. Okay, it looks like Vigani might be starting this off. Okay, they have the map control over the top part of the river. Okay, just a little bit of a poke here and there in the river. Okay, still no one starting on a turtle. Instinct nearby. Rai is also nearby. Okay, we might be poking here and there. Satan's very low on health. And there we have it. Mongol gets that kill, but I think there's going to be a next casualty. Serati's quite low on health, and that's also Alpha going to be falling. Serati falling after that. That's a third. There might be a 4th kill. Instinct will be falling as well. That is a 4-1, 4-0 rather. I don't think anyone fell from Vigani at that rate. Oh my goodness. So, uncontested, that turtle is gonna go on to Rai. Okay, Vigani's getting off to a good start. 2-6 on the scoreboard. We're still 3 minutes into the game. First turtle coming into Vigani. Now, if I were the players right now, I'd be really, really scared. I mean, we went all the way here. We've gone all the way throughout this whole tournament, and now this is the culmination of everything they've worked for. And right now, MBL Esports, they lost the first game, but right now the second game, I think they're fumbling just a little bit, but Nanu might be in trouble. This is a 1 versus 1. The Vixana ultimate's still there, making this a 2 versus 1, but it looks like Sarati might have been in a little bit of trouble over there, and Rice trying to jump in, but immediately backing away. Looks like Vigani won't be committing to this. There's way too much people from the side of MBL Esports. They're going to be backing away. But otherwise, on the gold lane, Vigani might be trying to attempt on Skyzen, but they've managed to get away. Looks like nobody's going to be flying off. They're going back to place. Satan's going to be trying to keep inside the bush really, really quickly. And Instinct going up to top lane. Nanu gets Sarity, however. Sarity's KDA is 1-3 to 0 right now. They definitely need to step up just a little bit. Okay. Poking here and there. I'm just trying to see if there's anything interesting in the map. But right now, okay, it looks like Satan will be initiating, and nobody immediately taking out their ultimate instinct. Getting one. That's Nanu down, but nobody does trade them off. Okay, that is a 3-1 trade off. Satan, Instinct, and Alpha each falling. So Vigani, oh my goodness, 3-10 on the scoreboard. 5 minutes into the game already. This is a good start for Vigani. So just kind of keep watching out. There's a second turtle over here. They need to take that turtle out as soon as possible if they want to see a third turtle. But I think it's gonna happen because we're already gonna be 6 minutes in and no one's nearby the turtle. But their MVL tried to initiate, try to get dry, but Vigani is gonna be going in with the backup. Vixana's ultimate already putting up, but Vigani is gonna be backing away. But up on the bottom lane, okay, there was an attempt of CC to kind of dive into that tower, but they're going to be backing away really quickly, especially since the rest of MBL Esports kind of got a win. But on the other hand, Vigani has the turtle all to themselves, not even worried about retribution a little too early or too late. But on the other hand, it looks like Vigani is kind of watching out on the blue buff MBL Esports, but they're not going to be committed to that because there's 4 different people for MBL Esports over there. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be seeing a turtle or a lord, but I think it's just a turtle. Like a couple of maybe a minute in, but it's probably a really short-lived turtle. I don't know if we're gonna be seeing for sure a third turtle. But the way things are going right now, MVL and Vigani, they're not too worried about the turtle yet. They're just like, you know what's kills for the side of Vigani. Lots of map control as well. They're Vigani starting off with the map control already with the top outermost tower of MVL Esports already taken down. But we can see the Farsa ultimate coming up, but it's not gonna be taking anyone out. Okay, bit of attention on the mid lane. Rai is right behind. Let's see if usually we can see Satan jumping in, and exactly that's what's happening. And it looks like Nanu might be our first casualty, but it's not. It's gonna be Sarity and Instincts. Rai getting that kill one after the other. Satan's gonna be playing with their lives. Sati getting that kill, but Skyzen going up against Rai, and Rai is gonna be the victor for that. What is that? That is a full squad wipeout. MVL Esports. It's gonna affect their morale actually. They did so well in game number 1. But in game number 2, I think they're getting a little bit nervous. They're getting a bit of nerves. They're I don't know. It's getting hard for them to kind of find their footing. So 5-15 on the scoreboard right now. But let's just keep on watching. It looks like Arai has another tower on their side, and the turtle spawns. It's an 8-minute turtle, so it looks like we really will be seeing a third turtle right now. Okay, 5-16 on the scoreboard. Okay, the turtle is almost done, but Instinct gets that turtle. That was a steal. Nobody tried to steal it, but it wasn't enough. Okay, there's a little bit of a stun here and there. Pokes into the jungle of MVL Esports, but in the end, okay, we might see an initiation, but Vigani got caught off board just a little bit, and MVL Esports are not really committed to that bit. Minute and a half before the next Lord is gonna pop up. Coming in. Ooh, there's a knockback. Nobody quite low on health. Nanu's gonna be going behind. Oh, Instinct will be going in for the cleanup. Nobody gets a shutdown. Nanu is also very low on health, but Rai comes in to the rescue. But Instinct is still trying to give that chase. Double kill for Nanu falling down. Rai will be surrounded by 3 people from MVL Esports, but Instinct's quite low on health. Let's see if Mongol can go get that kill, but it's not gonna be enough. Sarity and Instinct managed to get away with a little bit of health. Rai's still alive. That recall. That mockery, oh my gosh, that disrespect. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and see if we can find a little bit more of kills here and there. Okay, we have a knockback a little bit since Kaizen will be falling first. Salty gets Satan as well, so that's two down from VL Esports. Oh my gosh. Still, although it's 7 to 18 on the scoreboard, still, the gold lead for Vigani is not that much. It's actually just 3k, but there's killing spree coming in from Instinct, but Instinct and Alpha is going to be all that's left. They have to defend this tower, but Vigani is trying to dive into that tower. Nobody trying to get that ultimate in, and it looks like Instinct will be losing their lives at this rate, and they'll be taking that tower for themselves. MBL Esports are slowly but surely respawning once again, and Vigani is just keeping MBL on their toes, keeping them on the defense. But I think Skyzen took that first kill. Nobody's gonna be falling, and Vigani needs to back away. They have been out of their territory for too long, and they're still on their cooldowns. They have to back away. But Lord coming up. Nobody and Nanu are off the table right now for Vigani. They're still on the respawn. So, MVL Esports, there's a chance that they can go ahead and try to get this lore. They definitely need it, especially if Vigani will try to risk starting that lore. But right now, Vigani is kind of like focusing more on pushing against and waiting for the rest of their players to kind of come back. But it looks like Satan kind of went in for that jump, and we have Mongrel kind of caught in with 4 people from MBL Esports, but they're going to be backing away really quickly. Okay, MBL Esports are clustering this whole time. They're staying together, which is, I don't know, for me, it's not really that much of a good idea. I mean, it is if Vigani is gonna go ahead and give ambushes, but right now MVL Esports, they can't farm properly, and this is giving Vigani so much chance to get stronger and stronger, all the while MVL Esports are just focused on catching up on kills, and that's not a good idea. Exactly, this is why it's not a good idea. They are wiped out to 4 players, and now it's just Instinct coming back and defending the rest of their base. And so with that, Vigani will be getting that Lord uncontested. They're gonna be pushing back the minions as well. Looks like we're gonna be kind of checking out what Vigani's gonna have in the bag right now, because they have all their towers, and Vigani only has their inner bottom tower, and it's already destroyed, so we only have inhibitor towers at this rate for MVL Esports. That Lord is gonna march in as well. Vigani has all the time in the world to go ahead and push. Looks like CC's on the bottom lane, clearing out those minions. And we have Mongrel up top as well. The Lord is taking care of the mid lane, and MVL Esports are not getting out of their base. It's their plan right now, the safest plan right now, is to bring all those minions and that Lord into the inner base. They cannot afford to give away any of their plays. But right now, it looks like Satan will be trying to give that initiation, and Nanu's way too deep, and nobody is very well placed here. But Instinct is gonna go in and try to go ahead and get that kill. But in the end, it looks like 1 will be falling, and MVL Esports is actually 3. Instinct is all that's left. Skyzen's also trying to push everyone back. I mean, the Lord's quite low in health. Nanu's almost done, but not enough. Vigani had eyes on the base this entire time. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh, Vigani, absolute beasts. I mean, in the first game, MVL Esports and Vigani, they were toe to toe. But this time, Vigani took lead so early on, and let's just look at the final scoreboard for that later on. Let's look at the final post game, because that deficit in terms of kills is just way too much. And Vigani did not give MVL Esports a chance to farm. There we go. 10 to 29, 13 minutes and 6 seconds game. 2 games already on the side of Vigani, and 19 point difference for the kills. And so let's just keep on watching for who the MVP is gonna be. So I don't know. I don't know. Look at the KDA for MVL Esports. They just kept getting picked off, but Instinct has been trying. They've kind of carried out their duties as the jungler for their team. But this time the MVP is Bongral is Rahil. So Vigani is a KDA of 821 to 11. GPM is 692. TP percent is 66%. And the item build, I think it's almost complete. We have mostly defensive, however, the dominance is Oracle, and we have the yeah, this blade has a shield. I mean, it's a physical item, but I think it gives it a little bit of a shield, and then of course the defense boots, and I don't know. Congratulations once again to Vigani for getting their second game in. But then again, guys, this grand finals is actually a best of five. It's not gonna be the same as the semifinals. Um, if Vigani wants to win, they have to get one more win. They're already at match point for this grand finals. So let's just go ahead and see what our third game is gonna give us. So I mean, Vigani just Vigani just absolutely insane with their execution. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I said in game number one they're so toe to toe, but Vigani all of a sudden in that second game they took control over that. Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. We might be going to our game really quickly, I believe. Okay, let's go ahead and go to that banning and picking phase. So I was saying, oh my gosh. So at first, these two teams are toe to toe, and all of a sudden, Vigani they took control over game number two. So I don't know what happened to MVL Esports. Maybe they just got a little bit nervous, or maybe it's the lineup. But they had the Bane was on the side of MVL Esports that time. So pushing should have been going to Skyzen mostly. But well, our third game, it's gonna be Vigani who's gonna be the first pick. Looks like we're seeing a substitution, however. Dark will be joining us from Vigani. So okay, let's just check Salty for the gold lane, Nano with the Rome, usually Mongrel with the XP, nobody with the mid lane. So we won't be seeing the jungler from Vigani this time around. So we won't be seeing Rai. So it's gonna be Dark this time. Okay, let's just see what happens. How Dark is gonna work this out because Rai was a pretty good jungler for Vigani, but our first banning phase is gonna be Natan, who's gonna be banned from Vigani, and VL Esports will be taking off Carmilla from the back. And Vigani, they can go ahead and take away Skies and maybe the CC, or if they want to take away the export of Altaf, or Serity, maybe take away the Farsa because okay, no, Farsa is actually nobody's, but then if Vigani prioritizes getting the Bane, maybe they'll have to think about banning whatever they don't want to give MVL. But maybe a Zushin ban is also possible. Okay, Vigani banned Nathan and Arlot. MVL bans CC and Carmilla. So Vigani is going to be banning again. We could ban this. Okay, CC is already banned. We could ban Badang, maybe. There's a lot of possibilities still. The Zushin's still open, by the way. Okay. Export's also open. Okay, Zushin is going to be banned. MVL, they could answer back with maybe a Benedetta ban again. Or a Farsa ban. Maybe Bane because they're not first pick. Let's just check what their idea is going to look like. Okay, just kind of waiting it out. Let me see what MVL's final ban is going to look like. All right, it's gonna be the band. So first pick is, well, no surprise over there. It's gonna be Salty's Bane, and that's pretty much it. So Vigani and MVL, they're both fighting for that Bane because Bane's just an absolute beast and pushing. But although MVL Esports did get Bane in the previous game, they still lost to Vigani because Vigani just went on the aggressive completely. And right now, MVL, you can tell losing 2 games in a row and now Vigani being at match point is not gonna do well with their nerves. So we're gonna be seeing, hopefully we don't see a lot of mistakes coming in from MVL Esports because that's what we saw in game number 2. I think they're getting a little bit nervous and we're kind of seeing like a few fumbles here and there. But yeah, we're gonna be getting Fireboys for MVL Esports. That's gonna be Xborg and Valir, Alpha and Certi. So that's their XP and their mid laner. Vigani, they still have the Bane. They can go ahead and get the XP laner first, maybe, or they can get a mid laner or a roam perhaps, or they're gonna wait for MVL Esports to choose their lineup first before choosing which roam is appropriate for them. But a couple of seconds left to go. Vigani has 2 more picks left. In terms of Valier, maybe not a setter roamer, but if ever Vigani wants crowd control, they have to have a crowd control hero that has, that can like overtake Valir's kind of a ultimate and push away Valir, and Valir can just not be crowd controlled. Maybe like multiple crowd controls in their kit. So Vigani will be getting the Savannah. This is gonna be the debut of Savannah on this tournament. I believe. I haven't remembered any other Savannah. But the Lapu Lapu is gonna be following up. So Nanu is usually the roamer, so I think this is a Sylvana support. And Mongrelish Rahil is gonna be getting that Lapu Lapu. And then Satan will be getting the Badang. Okay, no Kufra this time around. Okay, so Sylvana and Badang, they're kind of like 2 peas in a pod. Just Sylvana with the circle that you cannot escape from, and then Satan with the wall from Badang, and then that's crowd control as well. But that's the final first phase of the picking. The second will be MBL getting the first ban, so that's Angela taken off the table. But I don't think they have to worry too much about Angela unless nobody will take the Angela. I don't know who that Angela is gonna go to unless we're gonna be seeing another Alice jungle, which is completely possible. But Vigani, they're gonna be going on for a ban as well because MBL Esports, I don't think they have a gold laner yet. So they could ban Isunshin actually, or they could ban Irtha. Okay, got that gotcha ban once again, denying that from Vigani and MBL alike. MBL Esports gonna go ahead and ban once again. So they should prioritize mid laners or junglers. I think junglers just slightly a little bit. And Vigani later on, they can also go ahead and ban the gold laner and the jungler. So final ban, MBL Esports. Couple of seconds left to go. But this lineup is okay actually. Vigani with the salty gold lane. The Bane is tried and tested and trusted by the way. And the Lapu Lapu time and time again keeps getting banned, but finally we're gonna be seeing that Lapu Lapu in action. But yeah, the Benedetta will be banned. Mongrel Israel, however, already has a pick, so I think there was no need to ban the Benedetta. Unless, it was a fake god, maybe Dark could use the Benedetta on the jungle, but I don't quite see Benedetta on jungle that much. But yeah, respect ban to the Suyu of Instincts. And yeah, we're gonna be having our first pick with FVL Esports already. So one pick, either the jungler or the carry slash gold laner. So I mean, CC's off the table, so I'm not sure who Skyzen's gonna take instead. I mean, Roger's still up for grabs. Granger. Who else is good for the gold lane or jungle? Okay, Irithal's still open, so Skyden will be taking the Irithal. Vigani, who can be answering back with two picks, so it's the mid and the jungle. So this is the first time I've seen Dark. I think I'm not sure, but I'm not sure what comfort tiers are there for Dark, but it's a pretty open field. I mean, Hayabusa is still open, and nobody can still get that mid lane. There's Farsa, there's Vixana, there's Zushin's off the table. Okay. There's a lot of possibilities. Angela's already off the table, and nobody getting that Angela is really good. Okay, Xavier, and then we'll have the Khalid for Dark. Okay, so Khalid in the jungle, I believe, and then we'll have Instinct. Um, there's still Hayabusa. Eason Shin still open actually. Ooh, Fredrin wasn't banned. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay, there's a swap. Dark is gonna be taking that Savannah. Nano's gonna be getting that Khalid. Right. So, in terms of the lineup, MVL Esports is a late gamer. So, if Vigani is gonna go ahead and get that early game kind of push once again, they have to make sure Irithel cannot get fed. They cannot farm. They cannot get any kills. Otherwise, Vigani will be in a lot of trouble in the late game. If that timer goes past 15 minutes, Vigani is going to be seeing their first loss. So they have to go ahead and watch out for MVL Esports' carry, which is like a real carry this time. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3 of our grand finals. This is Ooredoo Nation Esports Contender Series Season 2 of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is the grand finals once again. And there's already 2 games won for the side of Vigani. And so it's a lot of pressure coming in from MVL. So past 2 games, MVL has been banking on the early game wins. But in the first game, did not quite work out. It's a war of attrition for the 2 teams. It's just took 21 minutes, I think, or 23 minutes for Vigani to win the first game. In the second game, MVL Esports still tried to bank on the early game, but it was also Vigani's idea. But something might be happening on the top river, but MVL Esports actually pushed back versus Vigani, attempting to kind of try to get that invade. But yeah, as I was saying, MVL Esports this time finally going in for that possible late game kind of strategy. And okay, we might be seeing an initiation. Oh, Satan's taking a lot of health. Oh my gosh, that's the first blood. Satan jumping in way too fast, Oh, Serenity's losing a lot of health, but manages to get away. Okay, they're coming in, and Fredrin is gonna be trying to get the kill on nobody, but Nanu's right behind him, and Dark's gonna be following up. Okay, that could have been ugly. That could have been a 3 versus 1. It's a good thing Instinct backed away immediately. So this is a Sylvana jungle. Okay, we have Dark coming in, and Dark still doesn't have their ultimate, so they couldn't quite cage Alpha back there. But a couple of seconds left to go before that turtle's gonna come in. Instinct's nearby as well. I think Mongrel, Israel, and Dark are gonna be trying to get Instinct down. Okay, Lethal Wanderers nearby. Okay, Turtle has spawned. Satan's nearby. Dark is gonna be flanked by Nano and nobody. Okay, just a little bit of pokes here and there. And Rahil has the turtle nearby, but it looks like Nano is gonna be poked at by 3 people. But MBL Esports not enough damage to take any significant amount of health. But then yeah, Alpha's gonna be joining in as well. Looks like Dark is gonna be starting on that turtle, but Alpha has to back away because it looks like Vigani will be attempting on that. Nobody with that sniper shot. Oh my gosh. Okay, 3 versus 3. near the turtle. Mongrel is our heal. Is gonna be falling, but traded off with Satan by Nanu. And Dark's gonna be chased down. Oh no! They lost their jungler. Vigani lost their jungler, so this turtle's in trouble. And the rest of their team's actually in trouble over here. Okay, Nanu trying to go back. They have to go away. Sarati punishes Nanu for going back with so little health. Only thing on the scoreboard, MBL gets that first turtle. And this is a good thing for MBL. They need this because they've been losing out on a lot of the game. Oh, that's a nice shot from nobody. What just happened over there? It's a blind shot. And well, MBL needs this, okay? MBL needs this because they've been losing out on the first two games, and that second game they lost way too fast. So this first victory of theirs on the turtle early game, 3 minutes into the game, I mean, this should help out a lot, especially mentally. But yeah, coming in on the gold lane, once again, Vigani should focus on denying Skyzen of the farm. So lots of ganks towards the gold lane is a good bet. Couple about a minute left to go before that next turtle's gonna come up. And he pokes here and there. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Dark gets Satan. I think Sarati's gonna be chased down, but it's gonna be instinct that they're gonna try to take first. That's a double kill from Dark. And it looks like they won't be chasing down Sarati, but Skyzen's gonna be in trouble. Is this gonna be a tower dive? Okay, there's a tower dive, and Irrital is gonna be falling. Skies is gonna be another casualty. We have it. So they're gonna be denying Sarati of those minions, you know, that farm. With that, it looks like Vigani will be trying to take that tower for themselves, but the Badang's gonna be trying to swoop in. Satan's trying to swoop in, trying to save that tower. Manages to get away with a sliver of health. That's pretty funny, but okay. They take the gold tower from the bottom lane 4 minutes into the game. It's just gonna make Skyzen a little bit harder for them to go ahead and get that farm. That's a lot of gold coming in from Vigani. Okay, next turtle's gonna come up. Everyone's kind of hovering about the bottom part of the river, just a poke here and there. Okay, it looks like Satan tried to initiate, but Satan will be paying for their lives. Jumped into like 4 to 5 people from Vigani over there. And without their tank, I don't know what MLBB Esports going to do at this rate, because they're probably going to have to concede this turtle this time around. But okay, just kind of taking away that blue buff over there. But Dark might be in trouble, but everyone else from Vigani is trying to get into the rescue. But on the other hand, it's Dark that's gonna be paying for their lives. But Skyzen gonna be falling, and Skyzen needs to stay alive. Skyzen needs to farm. The race will be in trouble. Alpha's quite low on health, but her heal falls. That's 3 down from the side of Vigani. 10 to 6 on the scoreboard at this point. And what I'm really worried about is Skyzen. Skyzen needs to farm. MLBB Esports, if they want to win, they have to let Skyzen be. Don't let Skyzen join the team fights. Keep them alive, keep them protected, and everything should be good. But we have another team fight, perhaps 4 versus 2. I think Satan's in trouble. Alpha tries to come in a little bit too late, and I think they'll be swallowed up with the 4 players of Vigani, and slowly but surely Alpha's taking a lot of damage, and I think Alpha's gonna fall next, but Valir's gonna be going into the rescue, and it looks like Alpha manages to get away just in time. So I think that's it for Vigani. 11 to 6 on the scoreboard. It's like numbers advantage. Rather, the gold lead, rather. Maybe a 2k gold lead coming into Vigani. And pokes here and there. Minions and map control, mostly on the side of Vigani. Okay, Satan's trying to scout the place. Saute just poking here and there. Not on way in too deep into the jungle. I was a little nervous over there, but I think there's an initiation coming in from Vigani. Kali is gonna jump in, but there's not gonna be a casualty instead of Dark. It's gonna be Dark that's gonna be paying for that. Satan's quite low and health, manages to get away, however. And Instinct. Okay, Instinct gonna try to get in and assassinate Salty, but it's not gonna be happening. I think Altaf is gonna be falling once again, and Serenity is a bit low in health. There's a jump in! Rahil tries and gets that kill in the back. I think Altaf is gonna be next. Nanu trying to chase them in, and that is a cooling spree from Salty. I mean, Vigani, they're doing really well right now. Okay, they're gonna be taking the mid lane tower, but Satan is gonna be paying with their lives. And Skyzen, you're just a little bit too late at this rate, man. Just a little bit too late, and that is a punishment. Rahil get that kill. And VL Esports, calm down. Chill out. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, because you're definitely gonna need it. But yeah, mid lane, MVL Esports trying to start something because Nano's quite low on health. They can go ahead and get this, and they did. Instinct gets killed. The bag bots. Instinct is also gonna fall. Sarachi's quite low on health, and it looks like Rahil will be trying to get the chase, but will be backing away. Satan tries to get in, but Satan doesn't have much damage in. So Lord has spawned, and it looks like there's only 2 turtles. Everyone else was just so busy. There's twice as much kills on Vigani as there on MVL Esports. Sati's just poking it here and there just to kind of mess with MVL just a little bit, but they're not actually going to be going in for that Lord, I'm sure. But 4 people for MVL gonna crowd into the Lord, and I think Vigani is going to be coming in, you know. They bit the bait, and now they're going to be trying for another team fight. It looks like Nanu tried to attempt to initiate something, but that Lord's already 7k in health, going down really quickly, and Dark gets that Lord, and now in Billy Sports, they cannot afford to lose any players, but they lost 1, they lost 2, and there's going to be 3 later on. Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming in from MVL Esports. All of a sudden, 4 people down from Vigani. Nobody has to back away. Just happened over there? Whose damage was that? I think it was Satan, maybe? It was a nice set, and then everyone else from MVL Esports followed up with their own damage, and that just helped out so much. Altaf having 4 kills already, but okay, I think nobody's in a bit of trouble. What just happened? What just happened? What? Instinct was like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. He's 1 HP. Okay, I'm going to the blue buff. What just happened? But then, yeah, okay, nobody down. But Nanu's gonna be losing their life next. Vigani, what's happening? Come on, dudes. You guys in the back, but all of a sudden, MVL's getting stronger and stronger as the time goes by. But looking at the top lane, that tower's gonna be lost out. But of course, the Fredrin is going there to their rescue, so it's not too much of a problem. Dark might be getting that little wonder. Nope, it's gonna be Sautis. Bane can go ahead and give those pushes as well. Still map control rather goes on to Vigani. Mongrel is Rahil manages to get it away in time. Folks here and there. 5 people from MVL Esports clustering towards the mid lane. And okay. Oh, it looks like MVL Esports actually took deep breaths, and now they're getting a little bit of their footing. They managed to almost kind of catch up on kills, but not enough yet. Not enough in terms of kills, but then the gold lead is slowly turning towards the side of MVL Esports, especially since they already have the 2 turtles on their side. But right now, MVL is kind of playing it safe just a little bit. But Vigani is slowly invading into the jungle of MVL Esports. Okay, let's see if there will be initiation, and we'll be watching Nanu for that. Looks like Nanu won't be starting anything yet, and they'll be backing away. 40 seconds left to go for the Lord. Okay, we might be seeing something on the blue buff of MVL Esports. Will we see a casual? It looks like it won't be happening. That's another nice set from Badang. No way, Vigani pays with their lives. That's 2 players down from the side of Vigani. Okay, but that damage, however, from the Sati, that just gets Skyzen down. But on the other hand, Dark and Nano has been lost out on the side of Vigani. Okay, just a little bit more. Altaf was almost low on health. Sergi is quite squishy. And that another Badang. What is that cooldown on the wall? And that wall is an absolute menace. Just keeps on giving MVL Esports the kills that they need. Slowly but surely, MVL is catching up, but look at that. Satan takes one more kill, and looks like MVL Esports will be starting on the Lord. And They definitely need this, but Vigani won't be going down without a fight. 11k to the health of the Lord, but I don't know where Dark's gonna be. I think they're gonna be backing away. They can't quite contest that Lord. Ooh, it looks like Altaf will be getting Dark, however. It manages to chase them down, but Lanu quite be low in health, 3 versus 1. But Sarity takes a bit of damage there. Maybe backing away. Okay. Might be seeing an initiation from MVL Esports. Okay. Okay, MVL Esports. They turned the side around. They're actually pushing Vigani back into their base. Okay, I see you guys. They're slowly but surely taking a lot of damage. And Nanu manages to heal themselves in time. Nanu has to get away. They're full stack on the export kills. But Instinct falls to the hands of Sati. I think Altaf's gonna be next. And Satan's quite low on health as well. Immortality got activated. And Altaf, I think they're not gonna be getting away with this. And with that, there's a shutdown from Sati over there. Badang manages to get away in time. Dark is taking care of that Lord. But minions are actually pushing into the mid lane. And that's 3 people down on the side of MVL Esports. Let's see what MVL Esports does with this. Because Vigani has a tower locked. Oh, they drew out Skyzen and they take Skyzen with them. I think that's the second casualty. Satan falls as well. That is a almost squad wipeout. What is happening? No way. One more wave of minions. One more wave of minions. And I think Vigani almost had this in the bag. Okay, Instinct, full health. Nobody might be in trouble, but Sati's over there as well. Oh my gosh. Almost, actually, almost. Vigani almost ended this game. That was a nail biter, but over here, Vigani almost just didn't quite catch the minions on the top lane. They almost lost as well, but that would have been funny though. Okay, so Sati's gonna be going in for that bottom lane minions as well. And I mean that backdoor, not really a backdoor, but the all mid kind of thing. You know, they just wanted to win, man. Because MVL Esports, they pushed Vigani to their limit. They pushed them back to their base, so they're a little bit nervous now. There's a chance that MVL Esports, since we're already drawing to the late game nearby, I mean, Skyzen's gonna grow stronger. Vigani has to end this now. Okay, Nano initiating, but that's just Satan. Okay. Picks here and there. Half a minute left to go before that Lord comes up. They have to deny Skyzen of Skyzen's farm. Right now, 2-67 on Skyzen's KDA. It's a good thing for Vigani because that means it's just a little bit more delay on the farm. They can't afford to give Irithel her items. And so with that, just a little bit of push on the mid lane. And you can see Xavier just trying to clear out the minion waves as much as possible. But pushing here and there, the Khalid and Lapu Lapu on both opposite sides of the map. But right now, I think that Badang is doing God's work once again, despite being Satan. Alright, the Lord's gonna be coming up, and Instinct's gonna be getting that started, but Dark has the Retribution, and Dark has fallen, so it looks like MVL Esports has this Lord once again, and I think Vigani's gonna be trying out for that. That Xavier ultimate just went in a little too late, but just keep on watching. I mean, Vigani managed to defend their base once first, but now they can just go ahead and do it again. Dark is going to be respawning a couple seconds as well as Sati. They can't... Okay, Nano, you should go back. They can't afford to lose any more plays, especially since they're still on the defense. Okay, going to be clear out mid-wave. And there's a Lord up top. They can probably go ahead and wait for the Lord to come up to the base, but they can't afford to take away their eyes from the top lane, especially since there's no more inhibitor turret there. Yeah, clear out the waves, the bottom of the top, and also the mid lane. There's way too much people. Okay, Dark must go away. Okay, managed to get away with their ultimate. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Satan gets that kill, and I think this will be traded off with Satan falling as well. Nobody getting that kill in the bag, and Sati getting instinct. Skyzen falling. Oh, 3 people down from the side of MVL Esports, and now they have a lot of time to go ahead and take that Lord down and defend the rest of their base. Alpha almost fell. Sarity still alive, but not much pressure coming in for MVL Esports. They're still on the offensive. Vigani still defending. They're going to be waiting for Dark and Nanu to come back. because they definitely need the numbers for this. But the 27-24 on the scoreboard kills, and we're 17 minutes into the game. I don't know if Skyzen has items already, but it's gonna be a little bit hard, especially since Skyzen keeps getting denied off of the kills, keeps getting deaths. So a really good breaking into the back lines, trying to take Skyzen down. That's a really good it's a really good strategy. But yeah, watching out for the rest of the game. I mean, MVL Esports still has the advantage just a little bit. Okay, farming just a bit, and then all the way here in the bottom part of the jungle on Vigani's side, just a poke here and there. Vigani still defending. Those minions are still going against Vigani as of this moment, but it looks like MVL Esports is already hovering about Lord. They want that Lord in half a minute. But Dark is nearby, and both teams are waiting, clearing out the minion waves. I think one person should keep watch of the top lane of Vigani, because it's very precarious, it's very mercurial. Anything could happen there. There might be a backdoor, I don't know. But okay, we have Nano trying to attempt to kind of get a pick off, but Altaf is already full stack on Nano. They should probably back away. But yeah, that Lord has evolved. Okay, there we have it. A little bit of an attempt on the Badang wall. Okay, Altaf might get picked off here, but just way too much damage. Okay, Savior almost got Skies, and that's a lot of health done. But Nanu's chasing Skies, and that's a chase. But on the other hand, Dark, who just came in a little bit too early, but in the end, Soti steals that Lord. Oh my Lord. Skyzen falls, but it gets traded off for Soti as well. Oh, Vigani should back away really, really quickly right now. But I think Satan can be picked off right now. Mongrel is still in the bag. Okay. Xavier! Nice one, nobody. Nice shot. You guys, nobody is an absolute sniper on the field, and the enhanced Lord is going on against MVL Esports. Oh my Lord. Okay, the question is now, will this be an end to our grand finals? Because right now, MVL Esports, they're still waiting on Satan and Skyzen to respawn. But whoever's gonna respawn next, Dark should probably get the top lane really, really soon. Okay, you don't have to go back. Level up doesn't have to go back. We have Dark for that. Okay, they're gonna be poking into the mid lane. Okay, just try to get as much of the minions as possible. Help out the rest of the team. Oh, nobody took so much damage from that. Okay, it looks like the Lord will be going down really, really quickly, just like that. Bit of a shame, but then again, Vigani had a lot of chance to turn the map around on MVL Esports. Now MVL is the one on the defense this time. Looks like Skyzen will be clearing out the top lane, and they can go ahead and push the bottom lane just a little bit, just to help this out. Okay, Fredrin, Instinct versus Raheel the mid lane, and then quickly backed up by the rest of their team. Might be a team fight, might be not. Still a little less than a minute before the next Lord. It's gonna be an enhanced Lord once again. So, okay, there might be something happening with Alpha over there. The X-Borg, just a little bit too tanky for show. Okay, Instinct coming in, very tanky already. Okay, just poke here and there. Might be initiation, might be not. Okay, I think the tower's about to go down for the side of MVL Esports. Okay, there we have Soti manages to get it down. Okay, with the blue buff, a little bit of a contest over there, but Vigani is just putting a lot of pressure on MVL Esports as of this moment. But okay, Dark has eyes on the top lane, and they definitely have to clear that out. Okay, 5 seconds left to go before that next the next Lord's gonna come up. Okay, enhanced Lord once again. Pokes here and there. And no one's gonna be poking the Lord yet, and everyone's just hovering about. I think what Vigani can do is avoid clumping together, because Satan can set you so well. Okay, Nano's trying to draw that ultimate out of Satan. Okay, there we go. I think there's an initiation. Nano is gonna come in, and the rest of Vigani is gonna be following through one after the other. MVL Esports is lowering on health. The immortalities are popping up on both sides, but first kill is gonna be Sati and Rahil, and now Rahil takes one. Serity gets dark, however, but Insect's gonna fall. No way, that's a wipeout. That's a wipeout, guys. March on to mid. Come on, guys. Oh my gosh, this is it. This is it. There's more than half a minute left to go for MVL Esports to respawn. Oh, look at that, dude. Oh my gosh, Vigani full sweep in this grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions for the Ooredoo Nation Esports Contender Series Season 2. Your grand finalist, your champions, Vigani. Congratulations with that 3-0 win. That's absolutely insane. Oh my gosh, I really thought MVL Esports could have had it, especially in the early game. Actually, in the mid game. Early game, it was Vigani. And then all of a sudden, for about maybe 5 to 7 minutes, MVL had Vigani cornered towards their base. And then all of a sudden, despite Skyzen having a late game hero, still Vigani turned this around, got that wipeout. What is that triple holy crystal from Sati? Guys, what in the world is that? Oh my gosh. That is the comeback of the century, ladies and gentlemen. That is the comeback of the century. Congratulations once again to Vigani. I thought MBL had this in the bag. They had the advantage, but all of a sudden they got wiped out, and that is the most horrible mistake that they can make. And shout out to Satan's Badang. Absolutely amazing setting skills. I mean, there were so many instances where Satan gave so many kills to MVL Esports, and Vigani was almost falling off because of that. But in the end, oh my gosh, that's absolutely insane. I don't even know what to say. Congratulations once again to I don't know, Vigani, and I don't know, like everyone's an MVP at this rate, but nobody with the sniper shots. However, KDA of 5-2 to 22, and GPM of 650, and TP percent to 79%. In the item build, we have a typical mage build, of course. Immortality in one hand, glowing wand, divine glaive, the enchanted talisman to kind of just help out with that mana just a little bit. So congratulations once again, Vigani. That is our champions. And I think Vigani has a lot of fans as well. I think they're all happy. We're very, very happy to see Vigani coming up as a champions. So I guess this is it, guys. This is the conclusion of Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2 with the victory of Vigani with the sweep in the grand finals. I think Vigani pretty much swept everything else from the quarterfinals to the semifinals to grand finals. But yeah, congratulations once again to our champions for the season 2. Once again, guys, this is the Contender Series for MLBB. This has been Ooredoo Nation Gamersland. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to the organizers, to Ooredoo Nation, to everyone in the back end, to production, and to the organizers. And of course, the teams for playing about, to the live viewers for supporting always Ooredoo Nation. And of course, I am your shoutcaster for both the quarterfinals and the semifinals / grand finals. I'll be signing off as Annie the caster, and thank you so much. Do tune in to the social media because we have a lot of tournaments in Ooredoo Nation. So stay tuned. Maybe we'll see you in the next tournaments. And with that, we'll be concluding this stream, and I'll be saying goodbye for now.
మడుకురు మీ వర బ్యాక్ అమెద్దో 5G చేస్తాదా සතේක ගුණ ස්පීඩ් තජරුබා කොල්ලුම උරීදුගේ 5G ජස්සාලා.
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು